Stop shitting yourself on social media, screaming your little horrible fucking mouth off. Put pen to paper, let me and you get it on so I can show the whole fucking country you're a...
I want you all to put your hands together for Mr. Darren Gee in the building.
Yes, Eddie. Thanks for having me back, mate.
Gaza.
It's been
I'm
2
here
years.
to do what I do.
It's not been 2 years, man. I saw Terry. I saw you at the Usyk fight, man. You don't remember? I mean, you were absolutely bladdered. But Darren, what have you been up to for the last 2 years? And
2 years of pure harassment, stalking, and targeting by certain individuals. That's what I've been through.
Right. Do you know what though? You're still smiling.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Smile through adversity. It's the best way of dealing with it.
Well, through
one thing that I wanted to ask you is, I've obviously seen recently you've been spreading this sort of unity as a key message, which I particularly resonate with purely because I definitely feel like whatever especially in this country, it could be around the world, but obviously I'm only focused on the UK, but you actually look around and it's like everybody's being pitted against everybody else, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whether it's colour, whether it's poor versus rich, and for me, it's sort of like when I was doing the rave scene in the 90s, it was all about everyone getting together. It didn't matter who you were, where you were from, what colour, what religion. Everyone was just together having fun. And that, for me, is what the UK could be.
It can be.
But it's not.
Pockets of it.
Yourself, they're not there,
but the
though.
pockets of unity are getting outdrawn by the pockets of division. There's that many spaces of division now. And there's loads of different places for you to get stuck in.
Yeah.
And unity is like the last space anyone wants to pick. Why? Because you get the most problems when you're trying to unify a cause. You get targeted by the left, the right, and the centre.
Right. So you can't win.
So I've landed in this space now where I'm screaming unity is key. The whole purpose of it is trying to bring the Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, the Sikhs, all into one multi-faith type of country, like King Charles has predicted. But he's labelled this country a multi-faith country now, hasn't he, King Charles? So he's a protector of all faiths in this country. And that's what it's about, bringing the faiths together. Because if you look around the world, the countries are ending up fucked because Christians and Muslims are going head on. Now, if Christian and Muslims go head on here, well, the country's fucked.
Right.
And if we don't start now, because now's the time, if we miss this opportunity to create unity amongst the communities, we won't get another opportunity like it. We'll be too far gone.
Unity,
I mean, when you're talking about
opportunity,
because I grew up in the 70s, and in the 70s, there was obviously immigration, right? But all the people that come here were here because they looked at the UK as an opportunity. They wanted to work, they wanted to provide. And, I remember, like, as a young kid, we would go to the corner shop and there was always an Indian guy in the corner shop, but he was the only, he was
the only grocery in the town,
but that was open 24/7, So for me, they were providing a service to the community, and everyone would be, he'd be everyone's mate, and everyone would just love him, do you know what I mean, or her, depending on who was running it. And I sort of feel like the problem now is obviously, if you're on social media and you say something which is against something, and they can pretty much pinpoint where you are, come in your house and arrest you if you've said something they don't like, right?
Yeah, but Darren, be
there's
honest, Darren,
videos
you're against
online
yourself, mate.
telling people overseas how to come to the UK, how to play the asylum system, how to get a house, how to get money, how to do all these things.
Basically, how to rinse the government for the money.
100%. And I don't know if you've studied this at all, Darren, but when you actually look at the UK government, the money they're spending on welfare and this sort of stuff far exceeds the money they're getting in. And what that basically ends up being is it's a massive problem that he's fixing. So for me, I think, I want the whole of the UK to unite, and I think we all need to get on and live as one. Look, there's bad Christians, there's bad Muslims, there's bad white people, there's bad black people, there's bad in everything, right? But there's also good in everything. Exactly. So it's about literally saying, look, if those people are bad, put them in jail or get rid of them. If they're good, then, get all the good people together. And look, you're never, ever going to be able to do it how you'd want to do it. But
it depends how you're looking at it, doesn't it, Terry? Like, as you say, 60s and 70s, you had immigrants coming in to better their lives, interact with everyone in the country. possibly never learned English, so they got segregated.
But they all learnt English. They all worked.
Yeah, loads did.
They all paid tax. They were here actually.
And what
benefiting
you're trying to do is
I wasn't alive in the 70s.
compare them to the modern day immigrants.
Was there no illegal immigrants at all in the 70s? Because I didn't know that.
Right. So they're getting sent into the country to destabilise the country. Right. It's all an effort to divide the Christians and the Muslims, so we have a crazy civil unrest, so the people that are sitting in the background can come in with new legislation, new law and order, new ways of doing things. And that's what they're going for in this country. When you're talking about the benefit system,
right,
it's at 10 billion now for immigrants. But the reason the welfare bill's that big, that's how they're going to get us all into digital currency.
Right.
So what you've noticed over the last 5 years is thousands and thousands and thousands of normally secure employment places gone. All them thousands of people, all of them are going onto the benefit system.
Terry, I mean, you're just going to sit here and pretend that we don't know that this staff could been on benefits since you got out of jail because they're unemployable.
On the benefit system.
Because it's from a murderous drug dealing gang.
The benefit system, because that's part of the big digital currency plan that they've got coming down the line.
The
more people that are on benefits, the more control they've got of the people.
Yeah, we look shit.
And that's what they're working towards.
I mean, you know, I think when you look at benefits, like I've spoken to many people who are on benefits, and you know, I've actually said to a few of them, you know, why don't you go and get a job? Do you know what I mean? People that I know, and they've gone, well, the problem is, if we can get a job, we're going to be worse off.
Well, what happens, Terry,
So
when you're on the benefits, your housing gets paid, everything gets paid for you when you're on the benefits, and you'll get a couple of £100 every month to survive on. Now, if you go and get a job,
you got to pay
instantly.
Right.
You're kicked out your house, and the job's not paying enough for rent.
Right.
So that's the catch.
I mean, look, I genuinely think if you can't work for whatever reason,
if you've got legitimate reasons,
you need to be looked after. But I think, unfortunately, if my top limit was I can only earn that much, I'm not going to earn any more than that. And then if I sit at home and say I've got anxiety or I've got ADHD or whatever,
it's not that though, is it?
They go, okay, we'll sign you off, and then and you know, I don't blame anybody for being on benefits if they genuinely need it. But I think there's a lot of people that are on benefits that are saying, well, actually, why should I work? Do you know what I mean?
So people like me, I've got a crazy criminal record. So that by itself prevents me from getting into any sort of decent employment where you're trusted.
Right.
Because if you've got a criminal record, you're classed as dishonest in the employment place.
Right.
So that prevents you getting. Then I've got the profile I've got and created in the last 10 years. So it's impossible for me to go into 9 to 5 employment because I'll probably get shot dead on the step.
Right.
But within our communities, you've got lads who are able, physically able, psychologically able, all turn into the benefit system as a way of living their lives. And these are just ending up cesspits of men. They're not even becoming nothing. They're ending up drunkards or drug users later on in life. There's loads of young lads that come out of school, can't get a job, end up going for the job seekers allowance. And instead of keeping it here, I want to get a job. They get used to the job seekers allowance, and then the job mentality goes. And then before you know it, he's done 5 years on the benefit system, and he's got no motivation. He's got no work ethic in him.
It's the same with the women. They know that if they have children, they can get paid and they can benefits. And you know, I know there's generations of people that have just gone, and look, as children growing up, you look at what your mum and dad do. So if your mum and dad work, you probably go, do you know what? I want to actually work. I want to earn money. If your mum and dad are on the dole or they're not,
you're going to end up the same unless you break the cycle, innit?
Oh, so if I actually have 2 kids, then I can get a flat and I get paid. Do you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to be like my mum and dad. And I think that the messaging is wrong. One of the things that I get frustrated about with the school system is they don't actually teach, because not every kid is academic. Not every kid wants to go to university. So for me, it's always been like, if you have a child.
All right, what's happening, goofballs? Just got back from London. What was the point in inviting us down for that podcast? Heap of shit. Wouldn't even talk to us. Bunch of mugs. Right, what's happening here?
Isn't.
Have I missed much?
In the mould of, I'm going to university, I want to get a proper job, I want to have a job for life.
I just hear him say that people have kids so that they don't have to work. How much is the mothers in the chat, how much is child benefit per a child in the UK at the moment?
They might be entrepreneurs, but they're not giving them the tools to say, well, look, if you don't fit in that box, try this.
Well, that's what the school system's about, isn't it? It teaches you. You don't learn in school. The only place you learn in school is on the...
You don't learn in school, it teaches you. What? Oh, shit. I think I've left my tinfoil hat on the train for later as well.
Playground.
Right.
Life skills that the kids get is on the playground. In the playground, it's the first place they witness bullying, name calling.
So child benefits, £20 a week for one and about $35 a week for two. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a good return on investment, you know. £20 a week. Now, I've got a calculator on my phone, haven't I? Yes, I have. £20 times 52 is £1,040 a year for the first child in 2026. It's got to cost more than that just to feed the little thing. Even if you only fed them pot noodles, you'd probably spend more than £20 a week. Then you've got to buy them clothes and pretend you didn't bash them and all sorts.
Sometimes drugs, sometimes smoking. So in school, in the classroom, it's repetitively taught. You're not learning shit.
Right.
The kids are going in school, getting conditioned to think a certain way about the world. They're not learning nothing. It's on repeat. It's getting drummed into them. Whereas the normal world, you walk down the street, you make a mistake, you learn.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
You walk down the street, you make a mistake, you learn. Right? So therefore, if you're at school being taught and you made a mistake, I would say that there is still a possible avenue of learning left there, you know, Darren.
There's universal intelligence that every one of us have got, but 95...
No, that isn't. Have you seen Murphy? No, that isn't. Universal intelligence. I think you've got universal credit mixed up with AI. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, right? You are in for a 2.5 hour roller coaster here. Roller coaster of utter delusional fucking... Honestly, right? Imagine you met somebody, right? And they're a flat earther. But they're not just a flat earther about the earth being round. They're a flat earther equivalent of anything they've been told by anyone about anything ever.
5% of the population is not using, they're sleepwalking.
Right.
And then you've got perhaps another 5% of humans that are activated, the consciousness, the conscious beings. When they're thinking consciously.
Right.
Majority of the country are thinking subconsciously. And because they've been in that repetitive 10 years, 20 years, job, this, everything they're doing is...
Oh, you know that cycle? Job, this. What the fuck I couldn't sit there, me. Well, that's why I left, isn't it? But...
And sometimes drugs.
Just rewind that.
Sometimes smoking. So in school, in the classroom, it's repetitively taught. You're not learning shit.
Right.
The kids are going in school, getting conditioned to think a certain way about the world. They're not learning nothing. It's on repeat. It's getting drummed into them. Whereas...
Well, yeah, but you need to drum things into a child, right? Because, fuck me, I'm doing a subject I know nothing about, but common sense tells me, right? So, most kids, when they go to school, or at least when they were my age, not my age now, I'm not talking about just me, but most kids that when they start at school, learn the alphabet there. So that sort of thing, for the first time a child ever learns it, has to be repetitive and drummed into it. You can't go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. No, I can't go past there, because those of you who know me in real life will know I legitimately don't know the alphabet. I was in the corridor when it was being taught. And that's not a joke. There's 23, sometimes 24 letters in my alphabet. Sometimes we get doublers. Sometimes a little mumbly doubler. No, I'm being serious. I don't know the alphabet, but most people do. But you can't just go and say the alphabet to a kid and then go, right, now we're going to do words now. You know the alphabet. What? Well, I've just told you the alphabet. Why are you not listening? What? Yeah, I was listening, but you want to remember all that? Well, yeah. You know them all, don't you? No? I know Abacadabra, because me mum likes the Jackson 5, but I don't know the rest of it.
The normal world, you walk down the street, you make a mistake, you learn.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? There's you.
Right, so I'm going to just point at the whiteboard. Right, we'll put a paragraph from the third Harry Potter book. It's just a random paragraph. We'll put it up on the whiteboard on the projector. I'm going to read it to you. Now, move one word along at a time with us, and you'll have heard those words, and then you know them forever. So waste of time repeating things, isn't it? Huh? A smelly armus. I haven't seen Harry Potter. Neither's the kid ranting about this in 20-odd years' time on YouTube. He doesn't know the alphabet, and he hasn't seen Harry Potter. What a fucking cool motherfucker.
Universal intelligence that every one of us have got, but 95% of the population is not using. They're sleepwalking.
Right.
They're not using, they're sleepwalking, right?
And then you've got perhaps another 5% of humans that are activated.
I'll put it to you that 100% of every statistic Darren Gee quotes in this is completely researched by the department of Darren Gee's 2 brain cells, which I'm not convinced are, what did he say? Consciously thinking about stuff. Consciously. They might be stuck in the cycle of work, this, that, work.
Consciousness, the conscious beings, when they're thinking consciously.
Right.
Majority of the country.
Now, I understand how Darren could find someone of extremely low intelligence, like JDP, and baffle them with words, right? Long words. Consequences is a word JDP is let. He didn't learn that one in school. He must have been off that day, but he's about to. When picking on the hedge goes wrong. Coming soon. Yeah, I like and go, he's clever, him, like, isn't he? Well, he's not clever. He knows longer words. He knows words that have more syllables than you. But what he doesn't understand the definition of is that you can learn any, right? I can say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, right? It's meant to be the longest word there is, right? But I couldn't use it in context unless I was saying it was the longest word that there is, because I don't know what it fucking means.
Thinking subconsciously. And because they've been in that repetitive 10 years, 20 years.
Everybody thinks subconsciously all the time, man.
Job, this. Everything to do.
Job, this. So if you're unemployed, it's just nothing, this.
Is subconscious.
Right.
Because you've done it every day. It becomes a subconscious. You're not even thinking about going to work now, but you think you are. This is how asleep people are. You've got to if you've got men going to bed with the wives, sleeping with the wives, but it's subconscious movements.
Right.
So you're not getting the full benefit of making love to your wife because you're not consciously thinking about it. So the minute people start consciously thinking, then the whole world changes.
So for anyone listening or watching this podcast,
for anybody listening and watching this podcast, can I ask you, Darren, have you been diagnosed with something, Raj? So men go to sleep with their wives and they don't get the full experience of the benefit of making love to their wife because they're not thinking about it. How do you know what blokes are thinking about that you don't know when they're shagging their wife? I mean, if you watch Danny G's channel, apparently it's him we're thinking about, but it's not. Sometimes I do think about Tony during sex with Rachel, though. But it's only so I last longer.
That this resonates with. How can they
get treatment?
Sort of activate this consciousness? How can, in the heart?
It's only one way, mate. Go in on yourself and tell yourself the truth. That's where it lies. That's where everything.
That doesn't mean anything, Darren!
Lies with the truth. The only person that needs to know the truth is you.
Right.
The truth about yourself. And the only way you get in there is by going in. It's like that, see you sternum.
Oh, God almighty. Ribs, sternum, utter mug.
That's like a door to the universe.
Right.
And if you
What? Look at his face.
go in on yourself, face your truths, face the lies that you've built up over the years, you find yourself again. You start activating consciously, your perception spreads, your awareness spreads.
I'm honestly starting to think, right, that Darren may have been more of a positive, as a positive addition to the society when he was part of a murder and drug dealing gang.
And the way you communicate spreads.
Because a lot of people that are into this, because I'm in
How do you talk back to that, Terry? Go on, what are you saying?
as well.
Oh, he's megging him. I like Terry Stone, you know. Terry, if you're watching this, let's come on your podcast for real. Had to pretend today and how I can see the title now, right? The biggest troll on YouTube. We can talk about how I brought down Decker Heggie. We can talk about how I brought down Brett May. We can talk about how I brought down Katie Price. I'll make that bit up. He's making all of this up. Why not?
Meditate, and they, do a lot of, sort of being quiet and, because you have to put these thoughts in your mind.
Yeah, but that wasn't consciously. And it doesn't matter what you say about the act, right? So why take life advice of a guy who spends 6 hours a day flirting with bands on TikTok, right? But you say that consciously, Rachel, or is it unconsciously? Because you're stuck in the loop of monotony. The monotony of job. That this or this that or that or this. I can't remember the cycle because I must be subconsciously doing it. So, but the way that this works is that even though we've all seen 100% solid, genuine, factual proof that Darren Gee spends 6 hours a day flirting with bands on TikTok, right? It doesn't matter because that's not the truth inside. Do you see the sternum here? What is it? It's a window to the soul or a door to your chest. I thought it was just like, the equivalent basically of a main beam in a building to keep it all together so that the vital organs inside don't get crushed. Although, are any of Darren Gee's organs vital?
Solitude.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, solitude.
Because I think the problem a lot of people have is they go, I really want to be conscious. I really want to be spiritual. I really want to tap into everything. But they're like, well, how do you do it? And
this could have all been prevented,
And I think that's,
you've got to find a space.
I had a punchline there involving the victim of a murder that Darren was involved in, and I'm not going to say it. Consciously. But if I do see it, I didn't see it, and as long as I know the truth within the soul of the stern.
A room in your house, lights off, devices out, as quiet as possible.
We're not doing dance breaks tonight. In about 45 minutes' time, we've got a new sponsor. It's a new business that I've set up based on, basically, I saw a huge gap in the market after watching this podcast. Well, in fact, I hadn't even seen this far into it before I decided I'm covering this. Yeah, we're only 12 minutes into it. I hadn't even seen 12 minutes of it. I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm covering this. But there's a huge gap in the market, obviously, in the UK for tinfoil hats. So I bought tinfoilhats.com and they'll be going on sale before the end of tonight's show.
Get in there and you'll become conscious.
Right.
You'll become conscious.
And if that doesn't happen and you think I'm a liar, it doesn't matter because I know the truth within me.
Just when you start thinking about yourself.
Right.
Sit in the room long enough.
Why does he talk like he's also doing the fucking sign? Like he's doing the signing in the corner of the screen on fucking Channel 4 on 4 o'clock on a Sunday morning?
You've got to find a space, a room in your house, lights off, devices out, as quiet as possible, and just sit in there and you'll become conscious.
Right.
You'll become conscious when you start thinking about yourself.
Right.
Sit in the room long enough and you will become conscious and start addressing yourself And you mightn't like what you see, so you're going to cry. You're going to have real nights where you feel like putting yourself on the ceiling, right? Because you're confronting all.
Anytime I'm left to think about myself and I've got no distractions, all I get is horny because I'm proper gorgeous me and he's a handsome kid.
All the fears since a kid. So when you're growing up, you know the first lie you tell your mum, you detach yourself from yourself off that lie.
Fuck off, man. Darren, man. Do you know that every single human being that speaks to another, that communicates with another human being on planet Earth lies on an average of about 8 times a day? The first lie you tell your mum, you detach yourself. You what?
I want to be conscious. I really want to be spiritual. I really want to tap into everything. But they're like, well, how do you do it? And I think that's,
You've got to find a space, a room in your house, lights off.
Outer space, find another race. I'm going to send into outer space.
Devices out, as quiet as possible, and just sit in there. And you'll
imagine having him as a fucking pad mate. Honestly, right? I think I'd rather share a cell with an actual nonce than have to listen to this shit every day, all day, 4 years.
become conscious.
Right.
You'll become conscious when you start thinking about yourself.
Right.
Sit in the room long enough and you will become conscious and start addressing yourself. And you mightn't like what you see, so you're going to cry. You're going to have real nights where you feel like putting yourself on the ceiling, right? Because you're confronting all the fears since a kid. So when you're growing up, you know the first lie you tell your mum, you detach yourself from yourself off that lie.
Right.
And you know it because you can probably remember the first lie you told your parents. Why? Because you're shit scared. Now you've got to act to hide the lie.
Right.
Is my mum going to get it? Is my mum going to find out? This is your conscious being coming out because you've lied. And now as you're going through life, every untruth is pushing you further away from yourself.
Right.
So you're 40 now. You've lived on lies.
Right.
You're about 40 miles away from yourself. You don't even know yourself properly.
So it's a long way back, yeah.
Right, go.
You're 40 miles away from yourself. And you've left your device in that fucking room. You can't even get an Uber back to yourself. You're fucked, Darren. You're fucked.
Win on yourself and everything. You'll go back over the 40 years till that time you told your mum the lie. And that's when you found yourself again.
Right.
And once you found yourself again, you rebuild and you just see the world completely different.
Have you read any books about this? Or is this all just stuff you just found out? Just
you hear loads of knobheads saying, oh, the secret's the way, it's the but it's a secret. And you're telling everyone about it. So if you get The Secret, the book, you're meant to be quiet and go through it. You're not meant to go, I'm reading a secret.
right.
Do you understand? You get this law of attraction shout, don't
No, what you're meant to do is, right, if you're fortunate enough, like I am, to have read the book The Secret, right, what you get to do is you get to ring your pals up or text them or send them photos of pages and going, have you seen this shite?
yeah, and you've got all these mad people going, the law of attraction, believe, achieve, receive.
Oh, I choose a life, not a knife. Choose a non-Sam ponce.
That's back to front by itself, that believe, receive, achieve. How the fuck can you believe if you've never achieved?
I mean, I think
For you to believe in yourself, you've got to have an achievement.
That's not true. For you to have an achievement, you have to believe in yourself. And I don't think that's even set in stone. Terry Stone.
Some sort. So you need to achieve.
You know what it is, right? I don't know what I'm more excited about here, right? If I'm more excited to hear what the fuck's going to come out of Darren's mouth next, or if see, the comedian in me, very much into Darren. The psychologist in me is very much thinking, I wonder how Terry Stone is going to steer this subject to be about himself like he does every other thing everyone ever talks about on his podcast.
Believe before you can believe, and then you receive. It's not the other way. It's not believe, achieve, receive. It's achieve, believe, receive.
well, the funny thing for me is,
It's everything he's saying.
I read The Secret,
Right.
and I had already been doing The Secret when I was a kid.
You do.
Yeah, I was talking to Rachel about this about 15 years ago. I read The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene, and literally, when I got to the chapter that turned out is about the type of person that I am, the character type that I am, which I'm not going to tell you on here. And I was like, I already do every single thing that this book is telling me is a form of seduction.
Right, yeah. But the thing is, there's things that are missing from The Secret, and the things that are missing are
The important
people
ones.
go, right, I want a red Ferrari. I've got my red Ferrari. I'm driving my red Ferrari. And then you walk around and go, yeah, I've got my red Ferrari. And then you look.
They'll get fucking sectioned doing that, man, if you do it in front of people. Fucking work hard. Like, I wanted a Rolex. I mean, I've had one for 12 years or something now, right? I wanted a Rolex for a good few years, but I couldn't justify, like, you know, like if you need something, if the money would be better spent, it's a house deposit or doing the house up or, you know what I mean? Like doing something that's going to add like comfort to your day-to-day life. To me, it's pointless, right? Getting a Rolex first. So when I'd run out of things that I really needed, I was like, right, I wasn't walking around going before I had it going, have you seen the time? Look at that. Look, it sweeps. Look, it doesn't tick. Listen, it doesn't tick. It sweeps. You know, they say that they never stop, right? But it's not actually true because of running kinetic energy. You know, when Drake's got that lyric that goes, I'm like a rolling ladder stop. Watch shit don't ever stop. He should add it on the end, unless you take them off.
In the drive going, fucking Ferrari's not come yet. But the thing is, the thing that's missing from that, I think, is the action part. Because you know, if you want
the process.
If you want something, like when I was a kid, I lived on a council estate. I didn't have any money, but I used to walk down to the town centre because I couldn't afford the bus. But I'd always walk past all the nice houses.
Well, you'd been a lot better off walking anywhere than getting a lift with Darren Gee back in the day.
And I'd always look at them houses and go, I want to get off that estate.
Rest in peace, Craig. Wrong button. Rest in peace, Craig.
And I want to get in one of them.
Yeah, but you know, on the back of that thought, Terry, when you're looking at the house, was there a family situation involved when you're looking at the house? Because I believe it only works when you keep it to its life form.
Do you know what
So if you want a big boss car, but in your mind you need the car to get your child to the hospital once a week, well, then the car will probably come further. Why? Because it's the life form. It's not the material form.
Well,
you need this material to better your daughter.
Yeah.
So that way of thinking about it brings it.
It's a good way of thinking. I mean, I just think, you know, I think because I lived on a council estate. Obviously, if you live on a council estate, that's what.
So use the council, the secret, the book, The Secret, linked Terry to the fact that he is from a council estate. What he's going to do now is rant. Well, it's just talk about himself now until Darren forces the conversation to be back about him. But Darren's not even talking about himself, is he? Darren's like, I don't know, it's like somebody got let's say Jordan Peterson's book, right? Jordan Peterson's book, 12 Rules for Life, right? And cut every single page up into just half. Every single sentence is cut in half wherever it lies on the page, right? And then somebody else got a copy of, I don't know, Danny G's autobiography and did the same, and then threw all of the sentences up in the air, and just whatever lands in what order becomes what he says.
You got, right? So a lot of people just accept it, and they always want to.
But he says it with such conviction. Aye, but it's not that type of conviction. Watch Rolling with the Nines with Terry Stone.
But I think I was walking past his houses, and I'm like, and I want to get off the estate. So that was my motivation, to get off the estate. So I might not have ended up getting one of those big houses, but I think because I was looking at that house and I was thinking in my head, I want to.
I've made some super chats. We're talking schools with a dark guy who didn't go, says Ryan. Became a member. Grumpy Grump. Grumpy Grump. Welcome. Welcome to the cult, my friend. Welcome.
To the dark side of YouTube, my friend.
And G15 says, watch film Rolling with the Nines with Terry Stone. I've seen bits of it on YouTube. I've never actually watched a Terry Stone film, but Terry Stone is one of my favorite directors and actors. And Terry, if you're watching this, I would like a part in something.
Get off the estate. I want to get into the house. You know, I didn't get any qualifications, but I ended up falling into clubs. Do you know what I mean? So, but that's what I was saying.
So it took you on the journey
because
to
I was always thinking, and I'd do anything for money. So if you said to me, go and do a bin round,
yeah, but you
go and clean that shit up off the floor, I'd do it. I wouldn't even.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the way you.
What if I said to you, right? You've got to have sex with JDP, right? But his penis, the tip of his penis is actually Murphy's head and it's fully functional. And JDP goes, go on, put little Murph in your mouth. How much would you do that for? If you do anything for money?
You're putting it across is like you attracted that to you. And this is what I'm saying before, man.
How much would it cost you for you to just stop Darren Gee halfway through one of these sentences and go, you are aware that most of the words in the order that you've used them tonight don't actually mean anything.
The law of attraction. It's bullshit. You see the house and then you're walking towards it. That house isn't coming to you.
Right. You got to do something.
You're going down a path. You're going through your adversity. You're climbing obstacles. You're going through failure. You're learning off your mistakes. Then you've got your house. It doesn't attract to you. You attract to it. If you take the right steps.
But that was that. But the thing is now, a lot of people won't do menial jobs. They won't. They go, no, I'm not doing that. I want to, you know.
I'd love to get on Terry's podcast. I think we could have a really good episode.
You speak to kids now and you go, what do you want to do? I want to be a billionaire. I want to be a singer. I want to be an actor. I want to have my own podcast. You know what I mean? You never have anybody.
It's them little stepping stones that create the big rock.
But they don't want those. They want to just go straight.
They want to just go boom, boom. You've got people doing that. You've got people imitating people watching people, right, robbing their characters, flying on the back of it. But they drop dead fast in a year or two.
Robbing their characters? What?
You see the house and then you're walking towards it. That house isn't coming to you.
Right. You got to do something.
You're going down a path. You're going through your adversity. You're climbing obstacles. You're going through failure. You're learning off your mistakes. Then you've got your...
Just out of interest, right? If I did want the house to come to me, right? What option on the Uber app is it for a house? Because I know they do the 5-seaters and the 6-seaters and then the pet carrier ones and the share ones. I'm going to ask.
House. It doesn't attract to you. You attract to it. If you take the right steps.
But that was that. But the thing is now, a lot of people won't do menial jobs. They won't. They go, no, I'm not doing that. I want to, you know, you speak to kids now and you go, what do you want to do? I want to be a billionaire. I want to be a singer. I want to be an actor. I want to have my own podcast. You know what I mean? You never have anybody.
It's them little stepping stones.
Oh, it was little stepping stones. Crack stones he used.
That create the big rock.
But they don't want those. They want to just go straight.
They want to just go boom, boom. You've got people doing that. You've got people imitating people watching people, right, robbing their characters, flying on the back of it. But they drop dead fast in a year or...
Yeah, but he's stubborn, isn't he, though? Exposure, he's going, I'm not walking in the house. The house will have to come to me. Who's the fucking house think he is? That house! I bet you that house... The James English is fucking working with that house against us, isn't he?
Too. You can't fuck with the original.
Right.
So if you're original, if you're yourself, nothing can fuck with you.
You can't fuck with the original. Did he get these sayings from, like, I don't know, less popular rave tunes from the 90s? Don't fuck with the original. Ow, 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 ow. In a minute, he's going to go, well, you see, Tony, I'm bigger and bolder and rougher and tougher. So, other words, sucker, there is no other. You know the way he talks. I'm the one, no dominator.
Yeah. And that's about telling
I want to kiss myself.
yourself the truth, finding yourself. If you be honest and truthful with yourself, whatever anyone says about you out there will not touch you.
Right.
You know yourself too well. You know exactly what you're about. It doesn't matter what he says or he says. You know what you're about inside. And if you know yourself, no one can change that for you.
Right.
Go in on yourself. The best advice I can give to people is go into solitude.
Oh, aye. Go into solitude. I mean, the irony that he was forced into solitude is beyond me.
Go in on themselves and tackle the lies that they've told themselves all their fucking life. Once they're truthful with themselves, the whole life changes completely. The truth is the way. If you want a good life, follow the truth. And the truth can only be followed internally.
Right. And when you was on this podcast 2 years ago, it might not have been 2 years to the day, but it was about 2 years ago. Obviously, we talked about your life and obviously, you know, things that you done sort of in Liverpool and then, you know, when you went to jail and then when you come out and you know, I can't remember how many years we were in, but I think you said when you left jail, you had like a 10-year plan.
Well, so on the 21st, so I got out in the 21st of June, 2016.
Right, okay.
Before I go out, I set a 10-year plan up. What am I going to do when I get out for 10 years? The first one was not get recalled to prison.
Right.
Not commit any more offences.
What, just for 10 years? I've got a 10-year plan. My 10-year plan is a list of things I'm not going to do. So your 10-year plan was to do fuck all.
Basically, the main one is stay out of prison.
Right.
Now, the 21st of June, just gone.
Imagine if staying out of prison, right? You had to sit down and plan that. Right, so it's like the opposite to planning a crime, right? So, you know, we'd normally sit here and plan a bank robbery. Well, tonight we're going to plan not to plan one. Right. Right. So on Tuesday, when we would have robbed it, you stayed home. Al stayed home. We'll not get any guns. We'll not pinch a car. We'll not hire a getaway driver. What?
Was that 10 years? And now I'm into a new 10-year plan. So the first 10-year plan was just sustaining myself on release.
Sustaining yourself on release? What?
Not getting involved with criminals, not getting involved with crime, not fucking myself up like I did years ago. No learned off my mistakes, basically. And now the next 10 years, I'm just trying to...
That's not a plan, Darren. What that is, right? What that is that's the opposite to a plan. That's you saying, right, I'm not going to do that anymore. A plan would be, right, instead of doing that, I'm going to do this now. Job this. Stuck in the monotony, man.
To make something so I can raise my kids and give them a nice little lifestyle as they're getting raised. That's the next 10 years for me. Getting rich, basically.
So that's
Getting rich, basically. Get rich or die lying. Oh, come on. Where's my buttons?
Up the court and that, up the fucking court. Up the court and that, up the fucking court. Give me the location tonight. Give me the location tonight. Give me the location tonight. Tonight. So I can put it all over my channel so people know where it's happening and what's going on.
10 years, the first 10-year part of your plan was that, is your license for life?
I'm complete. Done my
So you've
license.
done, right,
That's
okay.
what I mean. I've done it, mate.
Right, amazing.
For those of you who don't know who Darren Gee is, I've just put up an article here. Gee is jailed over car wash murder. Notorious Liverpool gangster Darren Gee is today starting an 18-year prison term for planning the revenge murder of a father of 5. In a nutshell, I know this story, so I'll just tell you it off the top of my head. Somebody wanted to kill Darren Gee, so they went out with a gun to kill him. They knew where he was going to be. Apparently, he pulled up. He was in a car. Somebody else was driving. Initially, he was in the driver's seat of the car. There's a PlayStation in the back of the car. There was a lad that was sitting in the back playing on the PlayStation, and Darren wanted to play on the PlayStation, so they swapped seats. Somebody jumped out thinking that Craig in the passenger seat, this young lad, was Darren, shot him. I think a few others of them got hit. And then somebody said to them, "Oh, I know. I mean, you've got to be fucking mental. This is the craziest part. Very tragic, by the way. Rest in peace, Craig. And thinking about it, right? So somebody's gone to them. I know who shot you. Oh, I don't know. It was him. It was him. So they've planned the murder in broad daylight. It's a car wash in the middle of the day. I believe it was a Saturday afternoon. In front of loads of people, shot this bloke. Got done for it. I mean, they've later found out that the bloke that they shot was absolutely nothing at all to do with the murder. What he was an enemy of the guy that told him that it was him. So they got the fucking so their mate got killed, and they got the fucking life megged out of them, and I mean literally the life megged out of them, because they all got pretty much life sentences. So we'll definitely take a 10-year plan from him.
It's I'm very
Congratulations.
proud of myself, mate. Honestly, you should see the shit I've been through to get to that 10 years, mate.
Right.
People trying to shoot me dead. You've heard about it all. You've seen all these mad podcasters coming at me trying to ruin me life, fuck me process up. I've managed to sustain myself.
I've got to be honest. I haven't seen any of that. What I've seen is, right, so I'll tell you about the first time I ever laid eyes on Darren Gee, right? I just got into the dark side. I didn't even know it was called the dark side. To start with, I didn't know how big it was. I was only watching Decker Heggie, Cormac Corner, Steve Wraith, who else? Danny Christie didn't even have a channel in. Danny Christie would make a video and send Paul Venice, and Paul Venice would post Danny's videos on his channel. What else? Who else? Paddy Conroy, obviously. And I think that was about it. Just in the very initial start, obviously within 3-4 weeks, I knew about pretty much everybody. But I didn't watch any panel lives. I didn't even know they existed. No, like that, right? And Steve Wraith put this sit down podcast up on his channel, and it was like 2 cameras, and it was him and Darren Gee. And Darren Gee was talking about choose a life, not a knife. And he was talking about the story of why he went to prison and stuff like that. And I've got to be honest, right? Especially compared to this shit that we're watching now, that's coming out of his mouth. The actual story about, well, I've got a friend right up here, who's in the know of stuff, right? And he's got friends from Liverpool. And he said to me that his friends from Liverpool had said, don't let the fact that he's a laughingstock now fool you. He said, back in the day, him and his brothers terrorized where they were from. Terrorized it. So there was something back in the day. But I mean, Darren's just a laughingstock now, literally. So anyway, so I watched about an hour of this podcast with Steve Wraith and Darren Gee. And for some reason, I didn't watch it all. I think it was about 2-3 hours long. And a couple of days later, I went back to watch it. I couldn't find it anywhere. But what did come up is a phone video of Darren Gee saying that Steve Wraith had him on the podcast to set him up. And there was, I think he said something along the lines of, and it was meant to be 4 hours, but it only went on for 3, and I left early, and I found out afterwards that there was a hitman coming in all this, and I just thought, he's obviously, because of what he's been through, and probably PTSD, and the fact that he doesn't seem that intelligent to start with, I thought, he's fucked in the head, him, right? And I had no idea just how fucked in the head he was. Every single within a few weeks, Terry Stone will be against him, as far as Darren's concerned. Like, he's a proper, like, he needs, like, all jokes aside, I mean, it's funny megging him for talking this shit, but I just refuse to take cod shit like this serious. But he thinks everything's a conspiracy. Like I said at the start, he's like a flat earther, but imagine it's not just flat earth that they're a flat earther about. You'd go, oh, that's a flat screen TV. They'd be like, well, actually, you'll find it's not. To the human eye, it looks like one. But to one who knows the truth inside, it's an elephant. And that elephant happens to work for James English. It always comes back to James English. I've got a funny feeling, you know, right? That James English has never done anything to Darren Gee other than perhaps say somewhere online, I think he's full of shit.
To all this fucking bombardment of heavy negative shit.
So the shooting stuff. What was that? Did we talk about that on the last podcast? Was that?
I don't know, but in 2000
L5 alive.
in 2018, so we'll get out in 2016. I'm on 18 months license. As soon as my license is up, I go back to my mother's.
Right.
You got an 18-month license for an 18-year sentence.
21st of December 2017. I'm now in my mum's 3 days before Christmas. Within 10 weeks, you got this drug dealing organised crime group who's got a problem with me and tried to shoot me dead.
Right.
So I've had 3 attempts in this last 10 years.
Wow. Fucking hell.
None of them documented though, other than when he talks about them.
And you've had 3 attempts in your life.
Yeah.
And
I've been homeless.
Right.
I've moved 30 times. I'm in supported accommodation right now as I speak, but I'm not.
Well, Darren, it sounds to me like, right, you know what you could have done with when you got out of prison? A 10-year plan.
I've got a roof above me. That's what's important.
And the reason you've had to move, was that generally just because people were talking?
No, I had to move.
It's because kids keep it. I'll tell you what I have seen though. I've seen a video of a kid chasing him down the street with a quick release bike seat in his hand, and he's running away. And then you know them barge boats like that they have on canals. I've seen him attack an old man that lives on a barge with a hammer for what appeared to be no reason.
To Birmingham.
What else have I seen? Oh, I've seen multiple videos of him chatting up Benz on TikTok Live.
Because I've become homeless in Liverpool. No one had housed me in Liverpool.
Right.
Because of the organised crime groups. Everyone's scared of them. So no one comes near me.
Right.
So I've had to move to Birmingham, and I've been in Birmingham for 5 years now.
And how do you compare it to Liverpool? Is it
completely different?
Right.
It's boss me to Birmingham.
Right.
It's a true example of multicultural Birmingham. So when you go into the city centre of Birmingham, you're seeing everyone from all over the world.
Right.
Oh, that's unique. But how many of these people from all over the world are conscious?
And everyone's getting on. Obviously, you've got your drug dealing areas where there's always going to be conflict. And that's why I keep on raising the choose a life, not a knife, because you've got these gang-banging areas. And young lads are being shot dead. Mums are getting cut. Houses are getting kicked in. And we're all the same people. You've got a kid at the top of the street.
But Darren, ironically, right, before he went to jail, that was you doing that.
Going to war with the kid on Rossum Street over drugs. And it's drugs and the people that peddle them drugs in our societies. That's the biggest risk to our children. Look how many kids are developing addictions. They got the drugs from drug dealers. The addicts don't blame the drug dealers because they're that far. They think they're the mates.
Right.
But if you stand from a neutral position and look, you can see the drug dealer who knows.
I'm a firm believer in nobody sells drugs. Drugs sell themselves. Now, Darren, you should use that one, right? Because not only does it sound a bit like, it's a bit avant-garde, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit, I see what you did there, right? But it also makes coherent fucking sense to 99.9% of the people that hear it.
What the fuck he's doing needs to be hung.
Right.
The kid who hasn't got a fucking clue that he's being groomed by that, he needs to be educated properly. He needs to be told straight. This is the consequences of your fucking actions if you carry on, kid. Stop it.
Do you think that one of the big problems is where people are struggling to get work, and obviously there's a cost of living crisis. Do you think that if you're a kid on an estate and you've not really got any hope of getting off the estate or getting a job,
let me just interrupt
do you think
there.
that drags you into it?
Right, so what happens is you follow your elders.
Right.
I've just
Doesn't matter
realised
what
I'm
estate
sitting
you're on. If
looking
you've
at
got
the
your
wrong
elders over
phone,
there on Surron
waiting for a
selling
text.
cannabis and selling this, well, then these kids are going to be on Surron selling cannabis and selling this when they're their age. That's the way it works on all our estates.
Pulls them up, yeah.
But the kids are exactly the same. If there was a gang of builders on the corner chilling out, the kids will become builders. Do you understand what I'm saying? But there's no builders on the corner. You've got the gangbangers.
So what they really need to try and do on the estates
is
to
develop the
role
workmen,
models.
the workmen, the proper positive people on your estate, the men that don't get recognised. Everyone's looking up to the dirty fucking drug dealer when it should be the man that's getting out of bed every morning to feed his 3 kids. That's the real hero on our estates, and that's what it should be.
But I thought that man that does that does work that isn't conscious when he's booking his wife, so he's not getting the full benefit because he's actually sleepwalking. So you're saying that is the guy an NPC that you're referring to, or is the guy the hero? Or, plot twist, is the NPC the hero? How ironic would that be?
So all these kids need to be looking at the working class fucking man, not the scumbag that's cheating life, because that's what they're doing. And while they're cheating it, they're destroying families on families on families, mates.
Well, it's, you know, well, I had a conversation recently with somebody, and it was quite interesting because the Old Bailey, the judges that are in the Old Bailey have actually got an anti-knife crime charity, and they did a lunch, which was quite funny because I got invited to it because they were saying to me, look, you know, we're raising awareness. We want to obviously get this message out there. And
we'll tell them to use me instead of letting me run around the country by myself.
Well, do you know what was funny? They were eating fried chicken as well. So
was they? Yeah. Oh, so we would have got on, sweet.
Sitting in the private dining room at the Old Bailey eating fried chicken. It was quite funny.
Fantastic.
But what was interesting was talking to these different judges and saying, you know, what is your trial today? What are you doing? And there was a couple of terrorism trials. There was a couple of murder trials, but I think it was like 85% of all the things in the Old Bailey were where people had been stabbed to death. You know, so it's a massive issue. And they said, you know, we're doing these things where if you stab someone to death, you know, you get a minimum of 25 years. And we're really coming down on these people. And they asked me what I thought, and I just said, look, I said the problem is, I said there's no deterrent from carrying the knife, and if they know other people are carrying knives, they feel that they have to carry one to protect themselves, and they might not even know how to use it. But if they go like that, they could quite easily just kill someone.
When you've got a young lad who's got a knife on him because he's insecure of the environment and the city he's from, he carries it just to feel secure, like that drug dealer with his.
Come on, Darren, make up a statistic. I'll make one up for you. Did you know that if an under 18-year-old carries a knife, they are 100% more likely to stab somebody than if they don't carry a knife?
Dog.
Right.
Did you know that if you don't carry a knife in Australia, you have absolutely no chance of winning an on-the-spot game of knifey spoony?
The only reason he's got that XL bully because it makes him feel safe.
Right.
You take the bully away from him, he's shook to fuck. Now these kids who aren't physically aggressive, they're just a bit shook.
They're just a bit stabby
because of what's going on. So they have a little weapon on them. Someone confronts them, they'll pull it out, not having a clue. And if they get too scared, it's just natural reaction.
Yeah.
That. And that's all it takes these days, just that. And the kid said, you're f***ed. The best thing you can do is not carry the knife. And the places where you feel.
So hold on a second, right? Is your advice here to the youth? Listen, I'll tell you what you need to do, right? Listen, you listen to me, teenagers. Don't murder anybody. Is that his advice? It's one of the 10 commandments that it's literally been around since the dawn of actual what we perceive as time. Proper lefty, innit?
feeling unsafe where
Don't murder people.
you've got to carry a knife.
Labour supporter.
Avoid them.
Get him. I don't even know what I mean.
Don't get caught up in these spaces of drug taking, partying, festivals, all this what are trapping the kids and giving them addiction. Stay away from them places and you'll feel safe. You won't feel.
You know what this could be, right? This could be, you know, if you put a transcript of all of Murphy's videos and got a better speaking AI voice to just read it out.
Feel insecure.
I mean, it's interesting.
The way he puts it, Terry Stone doesn't know what to say back to him. He's like, yeah, oh, I never thought of that. Oh, yeah, you're right, you know. They shouldn't murder people, should they? Spread the message of the Darren. Don't stab anyone. Didn't stab anybody like your uncle does.
Because do you feel that if they had a much harsher sentence for carrying a knife,
No.
you don't think that works?
I've heard a few people saying, give them 10 years for possession of a knife. All right, well, I'll just go and I might as well carry a gun.
Right.
If I'm getting 10 years for a knife and 5 years for a gun, I'll carry a gun. So that's what will happen. And what you've got to understand, Terry, is...
What you want to do, right? You want to get yourself a Jiff Lemon. You empty the Jiff Lemon out. You go to Marks and Spencer's. It has to be Marks and Spencer's. And you get the freshly squeezed pineapple juice with a hint of lime. And fill the Jiff Lemon up with that. And if anybody comes up to you on the street, just squirt that in their eyes, right? As we spent a good 2 weeks testing every juice from every shop on my pal's eyes, I can confirm by his reaction that stings a lot more than the other juices do.
Majority of your 12-year-olds
It's also not illegal to carry juice.
who are carrying blades now, when they're 15, they want a gun. So if you're a weapon man,
You're going to go up.
there's
You're a weapon.
levels of weapon possession. Like everything, there's levels. So if you start as a kid with a screwdriver robbing cars, then you're a bit old, you got a blade on you. And now you're selling drugs at a 16, you want a gun. It's the natural process. You want a gun. So if you bring the law out...
And if you're younger, all you need, right, is a decent cosh and some good cardio in case the police come out.
10 years. What are you going to do? This 15-year-old kid come out of school with a blade on him. Mandatory 10 years. Right. 15-year-old kid with a blade, never hit no one. He's just shook to fuck because he's in a...
But it's like, you know that game, paper, scissor, stone, right? It's just, you put that, right? Paper, scissor, stone, squirt the daft cunt. It always buys you enough time to get away.
I bought it in London or something.
So
You're going to give it...
You might not kill, but you won't be killed. And you live. You live to squirt another day.
him 10 years and ruin him.
Right.
You can't do it, mate. No way.
So for you, Darren, if someone said to you, you're now the knife crime czar, you're going to solve knife crime in England.
You are now the knife crime. I am the knife crime. Choose life, not a knife, L5.
What would your steps be? Would you
L5 alive.
do you have like a 3 or 4 step plan or
I'd use the...
Right, number 1, the 10-year plan. And that plan is don't break the law. Then after that, the plan is just it's just to get rich, basically. Thrown in there with a couple of them. There's a couple of little gems. You know, it's like, Jordan Peterson's another 12 rules for life. Rule 1, didn't murder anyone.
5-phase flower pot.
right?
It's a thing I've developed about it whilst I was in jail. It's the offending behaviour programs in prison are shit.
Right.
They're good for someone that's not in prison.
Right.
So you've got enhanced thinking skills programs in prison. And if the kids that were outside who got a caution got put on this enhanced thinking skill course, he probably wouldn't go to jail. But what they're doing is they're waiting to fuck up, getting him in jail, then giving him it. So when I'm in jail watching this, I've said to the people that run these courses,
Craig ignores chat. That's the first comment I've seen. I've just glazed over there. What happens is I tend to communicate with the chat more. See, I've got 3 rows of chat on mine, right? I've got the general chat, which just goes, and I very rarely read anything on it. And then I've got the people that I really want to read their comments on it, right? Rachel's on it. Ainside Hunter's on it. William's on it. A few Warriors. Glasgow's on it. Ray's on it. And a couple more reviews, but I don't want to pay favourites, so I'm not going to go. And then I've got a super chat column. Now, if I'm engaged in what I'm watching, I tend not to look at the chat because I don't need to do that to fill in what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? Normally, where's the mohawk gone? See, yeah, it's right here, bitch. I need if we're watching Darren Gee, and all we can hear is a backy tin rattling, and it's the, fourth or fifth hour of backy tin rattling that we've heard that day, then I do have to communicate with the chat. Otherwise, I'd just be staring at the shoulder of a man rattling a Rizzler. But I'm so into this. I would be shouting out loud half the stuff I'm shouting at you now watching this if I was just watching this on the telly. It's fucking mental.
Why aren't you giving the kids these courses outside before they come to jail?
Right.
Because it makes them dangerous as a criminal.
Right.
That's what they say. So then courses in the system, which will definitely help outside the system and prevent kids going, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt.
But what you'll find, though, right, is that I would imagine the reason cautions exist is because it's normally for a first offence. Now, what's weird about that is, I'd been to prison. I'd been done for. I'd been done for fraud. I'd been done for making fake birth certificates, which were fucking naughty, by the way. I'd been done for going equipped, carrying an offensive weapon, and then insurance fraud. And I went to prison for the insurance fraud. And then I wasn't in trouble for a while. And then I chinned an air stewardess and somehow got a caution for that. People go, well, how'd you get a caution? And my honest answer is, you'd have to ask the coppers that give us it, because I've got no idea. But I'm very grateful for the caution. But I would imagine that a lot of kids, especially young kids, would be scared enough by a caution to stop. And also, you're talking resources. And also, can we get some stats? Preferably stats that Darren hasn't made up himself on the spot, on the percentage of offenders that take this magic course that then go on to never offend again. I mean, you know what he said? He said it's enhanced thinking skills, the course. He said, and they don't become criminals, they don't go to jail. Or, Darren, I'll put this out for you. Have you ever thought of this, right? The enhanced thinking skills won't just apply to you thinking about not committing a crime. It would also just help you think more logically about everything. So therefore, if you were to take it, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, it may well be that those kids that took that course, that it was successful on, have never been to prison because they were given the enhanced thinking skills to make sure they didn't get fucking caught.
Going to help. But what they say is, it'll make that young kid more dangerous when it comes to criminality. Why? Because he'll be thinking about what he's doing. Majority of the kids today.
It's not anyone's fault in the system if somebody that's not involved in the system commits a crime outside of the system.
And not thinking about the crimes they're committing, they're just committing crime.
Right.
If you think, you become dangerous, and that's what
It's not like prison wardens walking past groups of kids they don't recognise on the way home from work going, I wouldn't take that, mate. Yeah, you should stab him. You're not going to stab him. I'd stab him if I was you. Well, if you're scared,
System don't like when you're thinking you're dangerous.
But then I suppose it's that thing. If you're
seen that account for a while,
going to commit a crime, whether you're thinking or not, you're going to commit a crime. So.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, dad.
So for me, it's a bit like a doctor. You go to the doctor and you're sick, and they give you
Creepy Craig's real parents, aka Jake David Palin's only hobby,
some pills. But if they'd have actually said to you in before that, don't eat this stuff, go to the gym, this is what will happen. And because people get diabetes now, people get cancer, and they don't know what but it's because they're not being educated. And I think if people were educated, so really what you're saying, Dan, which makes a lot of sense to me, is...
Does it, Terry?
We need to educate the youth with these things so that if they're gonna commit a crime, whether they're...
If I was the host of a podcast with this podcast with Darren Gee, right? How far are we into his podcast now? 29 minutes. Jesus Christ, we've got a long way to go tonight, people. Right? I'd still, at 29 minutes of the podcast, I'd still be trying to find a way to explain to Darren how the first thing that he said in the podcast still doesn't make any coherent shite. Still trying to get through to him, because I wouldn't just let it go. I couldn't.
You've got people targeting 15, 16-year-olds, but it's lower now. Go back 5 years, it was a 15-year-old carrying a knife. Now it's 12-year-olds. And we've had incidents in Liverpool where you've had young Ava White, a 12-year-old girl, stabbed to death in the city centre by a 13-year-old boy. This is what's happening in the city of Liverpool.
Yeah, it's tragic.
It's awful.
It's fucking terrifying, mate. No one seems to give a shit. The council don't give a shit. The knife initiative that they brought out with these ex-convicts, it was simply to go against choose a life, not a knife. That phase 5 flower pot I was mentioning.
Yeah.
It's about, if you can imagine your brain, your head as the flower pot.
Right.
Where's this going? Right? I mean, to be fair, his head resembles a flower pot full of fucking compost.
The first phase is planting a seed. So in the morning when you wake up, the first thing you're planting is, let's say, I'm not going to commit crime today. Or when you wake up, I'm not going to carry my knife today. You might have been carrying your knife for a year. You're used to it. So you've got to, like...
The thing is, though, right, if you live in an environment where you need to be tooled up, I'd rather be caught with it than caught without it.
Sort your thinking out, rewire the brain, create new paradigms, get it sorted. So when you get up in the morning, you plant the seed. That's the first phase.
Right.
To water that seed, you'll ruminate your thinking.
Or you could do what Murphy said he did right when he was younger. What Murphy did is he used to carry a knife everywhere he went. And he said, when the police did pull him, he said, just tell on everyone. He said, just tell on everyone. He said, honestly, just tell the police on everyone and they just let you go and they bother.
I'm not committing crime today. I'm not committing crime today. And that's you watered and that seed you planted as soon as you woke up.
Right.
Has anyone in this chat ever woke up and had any, it doesn't even necessarily have to be your first thought, but have had any form of passing thought in the morning that stemmed from nothing triggered it, and you thought, I'm going to commit a crime today, or I'm not going to commit a crime today? Because I haven't.
Sprouts. So it'll sprout. That's the second phase. Then it'll branch out and leaf. That's the third phase. Grows fully, fourth phase. Then you've got the maintenance phase, which is phase 5.
Right.
But it starts with the seed in the brain. And in between all them phases, you've got examples. I can't go through them now.
No, but I think
But it's called the 5-phase flower pot, and it's perfect for all children to understand how to think positive. That's what it's about. And a lot of these kids are waking up, and the first thought on the mind is, I need to go and sell drugs so I can make some money.
Right.
That's the first seed they're planting. I need money. If they plant a seed like, I'm going to go out and get a job today, and watered that, every day it becomes normal for you.
But again, they're not teaching this at school.
Exactly.
And I think that's the thing. If they were saying to people at school, and I know some people go, oh,
right. I mean, Darren's advice there was fine, right? It was fine. And I tell you what now, right? The next time somebody buys me a cactus from IKEA as a house moving present, and I've moved that much in the last 4 years, I've had a few of them, right? The next one probably won't die because I will apply his advice. Now we'll keep that cactus alive. But I don't see any direct correlation with it helping anyone that's carrying a knife in Liverpool.
It's all fucking mumbo jumbo. It's all bollocks. But I think that if you wake up in a bad mood and you sit down and you take a deep breath and you say, I'm in a great mood, this is going to be a great day.
That's it.
Then all of a sudden you're
fucking mental. That's what you are. You're the Joker.
Straight away.
It passes.
Straight away.
It might come back.
Because you
have to
planted that seed of positivity in your head, mate.
Yeah.
It's even when you don't want to smoke, you want to stop smoking, you want to stop drinking, you want to stop. Do that 5-phase flower pot. Do it every day. And within 2 weeks, you'll...
Hold on a second, right? The last thing on planet fucking Earth, Darren, you need to be teaching somebody, right, that wants to give up smoking weed is how to fucking grow their own plants in the house, man.
You'll notice them things removing itself from you. It removes itself. You're not even gasping for a cigarette when you normally do. Why? Because the power of the mind's done it for you.
I mean,
I just thought it was because the body's physical addiction to nicotine fades after just a few days, and then it just becomes more of a habit that you need to conquer. You know that I had to wake up in the morning and you plant the seed and you water it. What's the betting Darren hasn't even got a plant?
the thing as well, like a lot of people blame a lot of this stuff also on social media. But one of the things that I find a bit crazy is you've got
Everything that comes out of Darren's mouth?
these kids now, and like they're young and they're going to commit a crime, but they'll actually film it and then put it online. And you're just like, why would you do that?
The intelligence is
But
gone.
it's
They've reduced the intelligence on us all, basically.
right.
See, but right, I'm nearly 47 years old now. Oh, you don't look it. Oh, thank you. And I'm at the point now where I know I'm about 18 months away from committing crimes just so I can film them and put them online. And in court, I'm going to say that's AI.
So if you think about it, what they've done is
Could you say a massive rest in peace to a Geordie football legend, Mr. Kevin Shearer, passed away today. He's playing on the eternal pitch in the sky with Stefan Rara tonight. There's only one Kevin Shearer. One Kevin Shearer. Walking along, Darren's among. Walking into something there, your friends. Does he pretend to be the fucking plant now, is he?
on every level of society, they've stripped the top tier.
Right.
And now you've got a lower level intelligence being pushed into the top level intelligence. So we're looking at dunces, basically. So if you look at your news channels, look who's presenting them, mate. A lot of people don't understand that. Look who's presenting your fucking news channels. They're reading to you. They can't even think. They can't even, the way we're here now,
Oh, they're reading on the news. See, I thought Trevor McDonald just knew everything that had happened to everyone, all 8 billion of people. Most of them are in China as well that don't even speak English, right? But I thought Trevor McDonald just knew everything that had happened to everyone, everywhere that day in the whole world, and thought, right, what are the 5 or 6 most important ones out of this lot? And then told we're fucking reading. In a minute, he's going to tell me Trevor McDonald didn't even write it.
can talk and speak and roll it off our tongue. The people on the telly can't do that.
Right.
They're dumb. They need to read off these things and all that shit.
Right.
So we're getting controlled by daft bastards who have got no intelligence. And when you look at Parliament and this Starmer and all these fucking weird people, they're all daft as fuck, mate. They haven't got the intelligence that...
The problem with stupid people like Darren is they don't realise they're stupid. And it's very common.
Those street kids have got.
So one thing I wanted to ask you, right? Obviously, with the Labour Party, they come in. Sir Keir Starmer's now leaving. And
You should hear him there, talker up.
He got sacked, not resigned. He's gonna be back in employment in a year as an attorney general.
You know, when Darren Gee gives opinions about politics and people go, who's coming to him for fucking politic advice, right? I think Darren might have been, you know.
Right.
He's going to get that job back. Why? Because he's still got to cover up the groom and shit.
Right.
It's the only reason he was put in power for 10 years. Or was to clear the paperwork, get everything fucking lost.
So his 10-year plan was to get rid of some paperwork. To be fair, that's still more than your 10-year plan had in.
Because a lot of people, I remember there was something that I read, and I don't know if it's true, but there was a thing which said that he was the attorney. I don't know if it's the Attorney General or he was
the highest prosecutor in the land.
And then
when that was happening,
with Jimmy Savile and people,
all of them,
right?
The grooming gangs in the England, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris, he's the dude. Why? Because he's the top prosecutor. He knows the law.
He's the. What is he, Darren?
Like the was happening
with Jimmy Savile and because
like a was happening. Your job was to clear the paperwork, get everything fucking lost.
Because a lot of people there was I remember there was something that I read, and I don't know if it's true, but there was a thing which said that he was the attorney. I don't know if it's the Attorney General or he was
the highest prosecutor in the land.
And then
when that was happening
with Jimmy Savile and people,
all of them,
right?
The grooming gangs in the England, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris. He's the dude. Why? Because he's the tough, like a. You've got what was happening
with Jimmy.
Your job was to.
I'm definitely getting that as a button. I can't. This video is too long for us to do the repeating thing.
Clear the paperwork, get everything fucking lost.
Because a lot of people there was I remember there was something that I read, and I don't know if it's true, but there was a thing which said that he was the attorney. I don't know if it's the Attorney General or he was
the highest prosecutor in the land.
And then
when that was happening
with Jimmy Savile and people.
I love it how people still say that even now, like it's some form of secret. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, and he's done this to cover it up.
them,
right?
The grooming gangs in the
See you later, mate.
England, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris. He's the dude. Why? Because he's the top prosecutor. He knows the law like the back of his hand. So when he's in there, he's presenting himself like a barrister. And when he's in PMQs, he's presenting himself like a barrister, not a politician, because he's not a politician. Because Tony Blair's got him.
Right.
Had him under his wing for 10 years and put him in number 10.
Right.
He's resigned. You've got another Tony Blair wingman, Andy Burnham.
Right.
They're all members of the WEF and they're all members of the Fabian group. Right. If you don't know what they are, go and do your own research.
He's because a lot of people, especially in the north of England, are quite happy that a Northerner is going to be the Prime Minister.
Is the new Prime Minister a Northerner? I didn't even know that.
Of the UK. I mean, I find politics, and it's just my personal opinion, the last maybe 10 years, it doesn't really matter who's in power because it has felt it's the same thing. And a lot of people I know, and this is quite disappointing really, aren't voting because they're saying, well, what's the same people. Point?
But look what they've done with Conservatives, mate.
Pardon?
Look what they've done with Conservatives. They never give us a general election, but they stayed in for 14 years.
Right.
5 different prime ministers without us getting votes. Look what they're doing with Labour right now.
They didn't have a general election for 15 years, did they not? Is that true?
Exactly what Conservatives done. Same tactics.
A lot of people are unhappy about that. Loads of people have said we should have a general election so that people can.
There's a reason, you know.
Right.
They're whitewashing what they're doing. They don't give a fuck about us. They never have give a fuck about us. They control us. They dictate how we eat. They dictate how we sleep. They dictate our environments. They've done nothing but destroy our communities in the last 15 years, shutting down community centres all over the gaff, imprisoning young kids off the estate for offences that they don't need.
So sorry, just taking this a second to get my head around that. So they control what I eat and they control when I sleep. So when Rachel's going, oh, just do that in the morning, man, don't stay up late again. And I'm like, nah, I'm in the mood to get it done now. That's not my fault and that's them. They don't do our shopping for us. But do you do your shopping consciously or do you do it sleepwalking?
Imprisoning for. They're just absolutely terrorising our estates, and they have done from the get-go. There is a proper dividing line in here, and what the division is, the rich and the poor. And what the people in our communities need to start fucking understanding is that we're all poor. It doesn't matter if you've got 2 cars on the drip outside your house. You're fucking poor. Stop thinking you're one of them because you're not. That's how they're getting away with what they're doing. You're hating on the Muslims. You're hating on the Christians.
I'm not hating on anybody.
And at the same time, they're all getting rich and treating us like cattle.
I mean, at this moment in time, I think you're a bit of a helmet, but...
Oh, right. Unity is key. Brings us all together so we can all scream at the establishment. Right. Things need to fucking change. While you've got a voice here screaming, a voice here screaming, a voice there, They know they're winning. They don't have to listen. We're going to carry on doing what we're doing. Why? Because you're all divided.
Right.
Get us all together, sing from the same hymn sheet, and they've got to do as they.
But the problem with singing from the same hymn sheet, right, is that it tends to be religion that causes these divides that you're referring to. And they all have different gods, so they all have considerably, different languages and different in different hymns. In fact, did you know Jedi, which is now a actual religion, doesn't have any hymns unless you class.
Told why? Because we're the people, and that's where the power lies amongst us. If we come together with the intelligence we've got, with the fucking strength we've got, we can tell this government to sort its fucking head out or leave.
I think that's probably one of the problems with.
So okay, so we're going to use all this intelligence that you've got, and all of this power, and get the government to leave, right? Okay, and then what? So we're gonna overthrow our own government to what end? Who's going to run the country then?
The country, because there's not one voice.
I'm a stern believer, that. Like, I was at my friend's birthday. I was at my friend Jamie's birthday party yesterday, and they weren't having. There's a few of them there. Some of them are left, some of them are right, and some of them are central. And some of them, like me, I only found out what right, left, and centre left and all this meant. I think I was on a podcast with who was it? Can't remember the bloke's name. A comedian, and it was about 2020, I think it was. And I had to ask him to explain to me what it was. And I'm a firm believer in. I don't think anything that everybody argues about or seem so concerned about, especially my friend group, when they're going, "Oh yeah, but it is now, but they're doing that now, they're going to do this," and I'm just like, none of these things you're talking about have ever affected my life in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly. Because if there's one voice and everyone's saying the same thing, I mean, that's never going to happen because people have different views. But I do think that the majority could come together, couldn't they?
So them different views there. So look, the way I've done it, it's like a univision. It's a mind thing.
It's a univision. It's a mind thing.
You might be a Muslim.
Again? Has he got these from lesser known fucking dance music records from the 90s? Like things that came out but never actually crossed over the mainstream? What is it he just said? You could put that over a house beat? 4/4 beat all day long?
Power lies amongst us.
Power
if we come
lies
together
amongst
with the intelligence we've got.
We come
with
together.
The fucking strength we've got.
With the strength we've got.
We can tell this government to sort its fucking head out or leave.
I think that's
sort it out or leave.
Probably one of the problems with the country because there's not one voice.
Exactly.
Because if there's one voice and everyone's saying the same thing, I mean, that's never going to happen because people have different views. But I do think that the majority could come together, couldn't they?
So them different views there. So look, the way I've done it, it's like a univision. It's a mind thing.
It's a univision. It's a mind thing.
You might be a Muslim. You might be a Christian. You dress that way, eat that way, behave that way. You dress that way, eat that way, behave that way. But the two of you can support England and cheer with passion and aggression. Come on, Ed.
But hold on a second though, right, Darren? Because what you said earlier is right. Is you said that the government control what we eat, when we sleep, all that stuff. And now you're saying that it's actually, if you're religious, the God. So is he saying this is like a metaphor and it's going to like, at the end you're going to go like, oh. Imagine if at the end is like, there's a big reveal and you go, no way, it's a metaphor all along. It's like the end of The Matrix. Which is a film written by a trans person, by the way. In the manosphere, I love it.
Why? Because in the mind, you can think alike.
Right.
Doesn't matter in your physical realms what you're doing. Up here, we can all think we need to protect the children. How do we protect the children?
Does Darren Gee have any children? And that's a genuine question.
Unity.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
UNITY, it's a unity.
If you think unity is key and I think unity is key, well then, we're thinking alike. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter your skin colour, your disability, what clothes you wear, what language you wear. If we think the same,
Well, if you've got no teeth, rubber skin, and you show drab bastards all the time.
shit happens.
Right. I mean, for me, like in business,
I'm Old Testament.
like sometimes you have to deal with people that you might not like, or you
Old Testament God was a bad motherfucker, wasn't he?
might not agree with, or
He didn't fuck around.
you might not share the same.
Right, but there's a good argument. There's a good argument, right? Because back in the day, Old Testament God was fucking ruthless. To be fair, he's one of the biggest mass murderers of all time. Can't remember exactly what triggered it, right? But he just did a flood, mass genocide. Fuck them, wipe them out, fuck them, right? New Testament God's different though. And there's a strong argument that God calmed down a lot when he finally had kids.
You've got the common cause, so you work together.
But you put them to one side. And that's what I think, what you just said makes a lot of sense. If everyone just puts aside the differences and goes, look,
And think of the one cause. So look, at the moment, we haven't got a common cause. We haven't got the common cause. They got their cause, they got their cause, they got... We can generate a common cause and everyone will have the problem with the cause, and it's the government.
Right.
Your neighbour's not the problem. That community, yeah, they might have a few fucking rats in there doing horrendous things. You might have some immigrants coming over. If you've got 50,000 immigrants coming over and there's 500 doing atrocious things to young girls and doing madness in the country, it doesn't mean you're the 45,000 fucking immigrants are like these.
Right, okay, so I'm going to have to make notes here. So what we need as a people is unity, but not them immigrants.
Are a cunts. Do you understand? It's like you can...
What we need, in my opinion, right, isn't one thing or the other. What we need is balance.
Community.
You must have the balance.
You've got your little horrible bastards who've done mad things to get locked up.
Like you!
Doesn't mean the whole community is like this. And this is what people need to see. The division with immigration is purposeful. The government want you this. The government want you screaming about immigration, immigration, immigration. Why? Because you're not shouting establishment, the state, the fucking governance. While you're complaining about everything else under the sun, but the people that do it to us, well, then they're laughing at us. The more people that come into the middle.
You know what, right? I was going to tell Rachel about this earlier, but I couldn't because her children were in the room and it wasn't family friendly. It wasn't PG, right? But you're saying, God done all those kids in. Yeah, Danny G loves them. Craig tells one joke and it's hated, right? Today I was going through an old hard drive looking for some old photos and videos, right? And I found a backup of the notes section of my iPhone that I had, or that iCloud that I had at the time, that I was writing the jokes for that set, right? And upon review, that was definitely the ones I told were the nicer ones.
With the common cause of telling that government where the power fucking lies, and it's with us people. That's where unity is key. Doesn't matter your skin colour, doesn't matter religion. If we all get in the middle and scream at this establishment the same angle, they'll fucking listen. They won't be able to.
Right, okay. So I get it, right? We need to scream at the establishment. But can you be a little bit more specific about what we're screaming about? Otherwise, we're going to sound like proper monks.
Not listen. Do you understand? And then things change.
yeah, I mean,
Community centres get opened up again. Why? Because we're telling them, you better put a community centre in every...
Because from where I'm sat, it sounds to me like you're saying that the key is unity, right? And we need to unify to make sure that the immigrants can't join in with our fun.
fucking city. If you don't...
And I'm not pro-immigrant. I'm not anti-immigrant. I don't know enough on the subject to have an issue.
Back on the street.
Well, I don't know enough about the subject to have an opinion even. If I had an opinion, it would be based on something that I've heard me friends say that I don't fact check, and it's just one fact. Oh no,
It's screaming at you. You start doing it.
regardless of race, religion, colour, creed, or sex, and that thing, Elliot Page. I don't like rapists. It doesn't matter where they're from.
You better get the bins sorted. You better get the streets cleaned. You better get the canals cleaned out. You better start looking after this fucking country again, because you're letting it turn into shit. And this country's not shit, Terry.
No, it's great.
This country's probably the best fucking country in the whole world, mate. And they're destroying it on us.
I mean, I do feel like, like I remember growing up and you'd see a lot of police everywhere. And now there's not enough police on the streets. Like you said, there's potholes.
You think
but if you look at everything, there's potholes in the road. Like you said,
everything's gone to they've let it decline on purpose. This is what I'm saying. The councils have purposely let your cities decline. Purposely. There's rats everywhere. Why? Because they refuse to deal with the rubbish. Why? What are you saving money for? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's bullshit. It's a what you call it? It's a deliberate decline of our communities, and it's been going like that for 15 years.
It definitely feels like it.
It is. It doesn't feel like it. It is it.
Right.
You're feeling it because that's what's happening, Terry. You know what I mean? Definitely, depending on where you are in the country, depending if you're seeing it more.
Right.
If you're in an affluent area like this in London, in Park Lane, you're never going to see the shit that you see in the communities. But if you're living in the communities, you know how run down this fucking country is.
Right.
Why? Because you're the shit on the floor. You know I'm the shit in this country. You as a white family on a council estate, you're the shit of this country in the eyes of the government.
No, okay.
And that's it. There's no way of getting about it. Unity is key, Terry Lan, and the way.
So if we're the shit, right, then do you know actual shit? What's that? Is that shit as well? Or is that something else?
The way we do it is by screaming and shouting about it.
Your shit.
I don't give a fuck about your colour. I don't give a fuck about your religion. The only thing I'm caring about is where you've harmed women and fucking children. It's all I'm asked about with a man. If you're not a threat to women and children as a man, I'm okay with you. You can be a gay man, you can be this, you can be that, you can be everything you fucking want under the sun.
Right.
If you don't harm women and children, you're a man in my books, and we've got that.
So what if you're a gay man, right, but you like to rape?
Manhood, that brotherhood with man.
Right.
Out there today, Terry, you've got weak men, and then you've got full-blown men. And I don't want to start writing communities off, but if you've been violated as a man, you've lost manhood.
Right.
You're not a man no more. You're not thinking like a man no more. You've lost your manhood. And there is a fucking powerful difference between a man that hasn't been violated in his back doors and the one that has been violated in his back doors. Complete fucking difference, mate. It's the real man that's important today, not the violated man.
Right. And when we were speaking earlier, you mentioned obviously you'd had problems with.
That was a very long-winded way for you to say you don't like huckles.
You said podcasters. So the only thing
There isn't even a podcaster, man. He's a fucking Fruit Loop.
I was aware of was obviously, I know there was that thing with James English where he offered to fight you for 250 grand. And
So look, let me speak about, I'll just run to it.
yeah.
Oh, wait until you hear his version of events about the Billy Moore thing. But listen to this first, because it all leads on. Right, here we'll go. James English. Put the podcast wars, even though Darren's never had a podcast.
I mean, I saw it online and obviously
Every single podcast he's ever done, normally, he kicks off that much with a person afterwards because he's invented some reason why they're in with James English and they're working against him. You know what he said? He said, James English has had me cancelled. I can't work. Yeah, I've been cancelled. This is coming up in this. I was thinking, you went to jail for murder?
we did a reaction video to it because it was and we weren't really
Basically,
taking
what happened is.
But it's good to it from the horse's mouth.
Right, so a few years ago, well, I'll just run through, I'll get out of jail, bump into this English, do a podcast with him, go viral.
You know what, you're going to start to see a pattern.
He's seeing the money. I haven't got a clue. I'm naive. So he's asking me to participate in all these things. I realise there's connections behind the scenes, so pull the rug on him.
Right.
At the same time, I'm mixing with
What do you mean you realise his connections behind the scenes, Darren? That doesn't mean anything to me.
Muslim lads.
Right.
And I'm not aware that English is affiliated to Robinson and Co.
Right.
So from the very beginning, I've got a right-wing problem. Why? Because I'm mixing with Muslims. And I didn't know I had a right-wing problem. I didn't know they were targeting me because I've got Muslim mates. Seriously, mate. So I scream about Tommy Robinson and people go, what? He doesn't even mention you. He's been targeting me behind the scenes for a decade, mate. Why? Because I've got Muslim friends and I'm bigging Muslims up. It's only all just come to a head in the last year.
No, he's not. He's got Muslim friends, man, you big divvy. Now, if you're friends with him, if you're friends with a bunch of Muslim rapists, he might be doing that. But I don't think there's a word of truth in that. I don't think that he could justify that to anybody else but himself inside his little head. That definitely, he needs to start his own line of L5 Alive tinfoil hats.
This.
Right.
Weston, have you seen the whole thing?
It's only all just come to the head in the last year. So what the shit with English, been getting targeted by them. Now in the last 2 years, actually, I've done a podcast with you. I've done one with Hodgecast, then I've done one with you. And on there, I explain what on...
Has Hodgie got a podcast? A Hodgecast could be... No, it's a Hedgecast. Oh, Hedgecast, I quite like that.
With English.
Right.
Now, I haven't done a podcast since you. I've had loads of opportunities, but been pushing them off because my mental health's going a little bit.
Right.
I've been pushing them off. Now, in this last 2 years, English has come at me heavy. He normally hides and does it, but now he's come out to the front offering me...
What do you mean, come at you heavy?
£250 fights, 250-gram fights and all this shit. And then he's gone and done...
See, what I saw, and now I'm not saying that James English hasn't said anything about him, because I just, if he has, I haven't seen it. I'm an avid fan of either of these two. But what I've seen numerous times over the last years is, for example, it could be anything, right? Literally, it could be anything. Darren Gee could be like, I ordered a fucking Mackey's last night and I put no gherkins. It didn't just have one gherkin in, it had 2 gherkins in. Now, you tell me that that's not James English. Like it's just mental.
2 podcasts with a woman who I don't know and Smelly Belly Kelly, who have been...
Smelly Belly Kelly! What does a belly smell of? James English, probably.
Been on bail for 4 years with.
Right.
So they're targeting me when I've bumped into... So they've been
How are they targeting you? They're not very good at it. They're not.
targeting me for years. This Billy Moore, there's just been an incident with him.
And one thing I wanted to ask you about Billy Moore, because I see him popping up and obviously doing his stuff. And there was a thing where he was in a gym and did he have a fight with somebody?
Yeah.
What was that about? Or do you not know? Was that
I know, but...
So what is Smelly Belly Kelly? Is she like a podcaster, or is she doing one of those? My ex was a gangster, so I'm going to go on podcasts and talk about it because the only interesting thing about it is
they're in denial of it. So basically, that
Smelly Belly Kelly.
That event there, you've got a fella. It's a decent gym now. It's like a working man's gym. Why he was there, I'll never fucking know. But that's his first time in that gym. The normal people that usually go there, they've got a little routine.
You know why he probably went to the gym, right? The only reason he could have went to the gym, secret meeting with James English about Darren won it.
One of them's got a Rolex on his wrist. Billy Moore's got a Rolex. And when he's gone in this gym, he's took his Rolex off and put it somewhere in his locker. When he's come back into the changing room, he can't find his watch, and he's looking at a man with the same watch.
right?
So he starts accusing a man of being a thief. That's my fucking watch, you thieving rat. He's found his watch. Then he's found his watch. So the man said, hang on, I want an apology off you. He said no, so the fella butted him.
Right.
That was that. That was
Well, I
what
didn't know.
happened.
Right, yeah. It was good to get the context. Right.
Right, so he's been getting...
I wonder. I don't know what that fight with Billy Moore was about. In actual fact, I've seen that fight come up on my feed probably 50 times, and I've never even clicked on it. I've never even seen it. I'm not that interested. But I know a lot of people that know Billy Moore completely separately of each other for various different reasons. Everybody from filmmakers to ex-criminals to bare knuckle boxers to podcasters. And every single person says he's sound as fuck. And for a living, he walks around filming people. In my opinion, he's sound as fuck with everybody. So if you said to somebody, have you had that my watch? And then he realised it wasn't. Well, you're not going to apologise? Nah. I just can't see it. Can't see any reasonable human being not apologising in those circumstances.
And at me since I was on licence living in St. Helens, this Billy Moore. Don't know why.
Smelly Belly Kelly is an MMA fighter called Paul Kelly from Liverpool. So is Smelly Belly Kelly a girl or a boy? Because she's an MMA fighter, then you shouldn't be calling her that, should he? Not, I'm on your side, me.
Started, man.
You have to bear that in mind with me, right? People say, well, it's sometimes it's unclear who's Craig supporting. Is it bollocks? Craig's on the side that's winning every time. Right? If they didn't want us to keep jumping over the fence, they shouldn't have put the cut in between them, should they?
Messaging me, criticising me training. You know, as if he's something fucking special. So I blocked him, jogged him on. Thought, what was his fucking problem with me? Now, behind the scenes, he's been targeting me for years, and I've always said to my people, why is this clickbaiting? He's meant to be a scouser. Why is he throwing all shit on his YouTube? Why is he giving a seat to the liars that have tried to cancel me? He's substantiating the lies.
What do you mean, tried to cancel you? What, did they try and throw dirt on your name in the media? Did they? You're a fucking convicted murderer, man. He was going to set up his, he was going to become a life coach. He was going to call it Plan Ahead 10 years at a time. L5, choose a life, not a knife, plant the seed every morning, water it. That's not the full name. That's more of the mantra.
To them. Right. So he's been targeting me for time, and I haven't seen one of these. I've been telling him I'll come across one of you soon. I'll come because there's a pile.
I mean, there's not many jobs somebody like Darren Gee could get coming out of jail for an extremely publicised murder, is there? And I can't imagine before he went to jail or in jail, but then again, I wasn't taking into account that Darren probably done that enhanced thinking skills course in jail. Could have been the next Elon Musk if it wasn't for that pesky James English.
I'll come across one of you soon. Now, I've gone into town, I'm going on my way to gym, me. And you've got this thing going on. So I've done a quick 10-minute video.
Was this in Birmingham?
Yeah.
Right.
A Britain First protest, a far-right protest. So I'm standing there, and then Billy Moore comes around the corner with some of his mates. So I go over to him. Shh. It's all on camera. Shh. Too many police here. Put your camera...
Just tell there by his fucking mannerisms, right? In this video, you know who he reminds us of, Rich? You know, Flip. We've got a pal called Flip and he's a paranoid wreck due to mental health issues. And he walks around town like that with those mannerisms, shouting at people for stuff shouting at people he doesn't know for stuff they haven't done. I've walked past him before and legit seen him shouting at the side of Phoenix, the wall, the actual wall.
Down. Let's go round the corner.
Shout out, Flip, though. I love you, kid.
Now, what he started doing was screaming, oh, look, here's Darren Gee. Here's Darren Gee. As soon as I heard him say to his mate, get on him. I've switched and I went, get on him, you little shithouse. I'll break your fucking jaw in front of these scum. Spun round, choose a life, not a knife, kicked in and...
Right.
Oh, did it? What an extremely creative way to openly admit that he bottled it. L5 Alive kicked in. Whew.
I've spun round and bailed. I'm just doing my thing, walking away. There's camera evidence out there that shows Billy Moore and his mate getting some young Christian kid, tapping him on the shoulder and sending him over to me. So now I'm walking away. I've got this kid stop me who they've sent. Hiya, Darren, you're a legend. Can I have a little conversation with you? So I don't know this kid's being sent by these.
Nah, I think you're wrong there. Right, that kid, I'd rate. Just go back and have a little look at that kid.
There's camera evidence out there that shows Billy Moore and his mate getting some young Christian kid, tapping him on the shoulder and sending him over to me. So now I'm walking away. I've got this kid stop.
That's definitely James English in heavy makeup. That's definitely James English. You know, when Ant and Dec used to get dressed up as old men for Saturday night takeaway. Can you not tell? That's so blatantly James English.
Me, who they
nothing to do with Billy.
sent.
Billy is innocent.
Hey, Darren, you're a legend. Can I have a little conversation with you?
Not.
Yeah, so I don't know this kid's being sent by these.
Because he probably hasn't. Why would they send him over?
I'm thinking he's just latched on. So I'm having a conversation with him. Next minute, as I'm looking out my eye, you got Billy Moore talking to a policeman.
As I'm looking out of my eye. Whew. Thinks outside the box.
Next minute, he comes from the policeman.
Marvin Herbert now in a mask. I reckon Ricky Colleen's definitely just called Darren Gee a shithouse.
Over to me. And I say, go away. I'm having a conversation with him. What are you after content? He's come over to antagonise me.
Can we have a look at this clip? Because I've never actually sat and watched it. I'm going to go for a wee, then we'll come back and we'll actually sit and watch this little clip here, this that's being shown, and see if what Darren Saney said, if it was to be like, you know, like it's called a Venn diagram with the two circles. Let's see if what Darren says he said and what Darren actually said actually cross over at any given point. Because I think there's a high chance they may not.
And try and get me nicked by the policeman. Serious, mate. That's what happened with him.
I mean,
and it's not me picking on that owl, man. It's not me targeting no one for nothing. It's me targeting a cunt that's been doing serious psychological harm to me behind the scenes.
Right.
Do you understand? It's heavy, Terry, what you've been doing.
Can we get the Christian kid on a podcast?
To me,
I've always wanted to meet James English anyway. This is fucking mental,
that's
isn't
the
it?
first time I got to see one, and he's shitting fucking self.
But I mean, the thing for me is, you know, obviously
Why does he want to fight Billy Moore though?
Involved in any of this stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Well, you're involved indirectly. Why? Because you give me a seat.
Yeah. But the thing is, I see some of this stuff online, and as an outsider looking in, you know, I think unfortunately because of who you are. And because of
I get the bad angle.
But no, I just think because of who you are, and look, you're not shy about fucking saying what you think, right?
Yeah.
And I think what people do is they know that if they prod the bear or prod the G, then obviously you're going to fucking bite. So they're doing it because they want you to be online going, so then they can come on and go,
Yeah,
so
but it creates an image of me like, I'm angry, he's unapproachable, he's this horrible. When in reality, mate, I'm horrible with them rats because they're doing shit to me.
Right.
Ask anyone else who I associate with or communicate with, and they'll tell you I'm an open-going guy with them.
But all I can say,
An open-going guy. To be fair, a few people have said to me that I've met Darren, they were like, you know what? He is legit one of the nicest convicted murderers I've ever met. He's quite chill for a convicted murderer.
I've only met you twice, right? This is the second time. And I've always just took you out how I found you. And I've always found you to be just...
I'm just normal,
you're
mate.
just a normal bloke.
Yeah.
And you just say what you think. And look, people are going to love...
Can we please find a manufacturer for L5 Alive, choose a life, not a... choose L5 Alive, choose a knife, not a life. Choose L5 Alive, choose a life, not a knife. Tinfoil hats.
You people are going to hate you. But that's life, right? But I genuinely think... I know you think that...
You know what it is, right? I've got a friend, right, who's against 5G. He still thinks that 5G was sent to give. He said, your kids will get cancer. I was like, I haven't got any fucking kids, man. Right? And I make tinfoil hat jokes about them all the time. And I don't think he's realised the irony, right? That if 5G really was a problem, a tinfoil hat would probably be a good start to a solution for him.
You know, they're
Ironically,
but they are just doing it for clicks. You know, James English is
He's
inviting,
just a- look,
but
you see
he's
it-
inviting them people on because
he talks about Darren Gee.
No, because you won't go on his show. It's like, well, actually, because then he's hoping that you'll react to it, and then more people watch the show.
Exactly.
So I always look at it as a bit of a game, right?
To me, though, Terry, it's not a game. It might be to them. To me, it's not, mate. Not when you're on the receiving end. It's not a fucking game, mate. It might be for these shower bastards who think they can all gang up on me.
But I can imagine for you,
see you later, Doc, mate.
it's stressful because you're doing what you want to do, and then
Trying
people
to.
go, no, actually, let's
Let's
wind up.
fuck up what he's doing.
Well, I think they're doing it to wind you up because they want a reaction. They want
Who
you
for, though?
Keeps paying more last compliments.
for
They're not
the
for
views.
themselves.
I think it's for the views.
Whoever's paying them, there's someone behind these cancelling me. You don't get this attention for 10 years
But do you
without
think,
someone paying for it.
but you're still here, so you haven't been cancelled, have you?
I'm cancelled, me.
Really?
I can't make money like every other.
Right.
I'm cancelled. The minute I go on YouTube and try and monetize me shit, shut down. If I don't monetize it, it stays up.
Right.
They isolated me to fuck whoever's cancelling me, and it's not just English; it's above him.
Right. I mean, I've looked at. I mean, we've obviously done lots of stuff on social media. Me personally, and obviously, you know, the podcast. And you do have to be really careful what you put out online now, because if you say anything that's offensive and people report it, they can, members of the public can do it as well.
For
So
example, mate.
YouTube will flag up your video if it's grossly offensive. It will flag up the video itself and give you a strike or give you a warning or make the video 18.
Look, I've had a clothing thing set up when I first got out.
No, you didn't, Darren. I've seen some of your clothing line, right? What you've done is you've got somebody to make you a clip art-esque logo for L5 Alive, choose a life, not a knife. And then you'd paid somebody to screen print that onto a Fruit of the Loom t-shirt.
I have a clothing brand. I haven't really been able to concentrate on it because of all the shit I'm going through.
Right.
Now, what the police have done has gone to the man
We're sticking with them.
that runs the company for me and started giving him shit. I don't know why they done it, but now that man's pulled the rug on me.
Right.
And this is what the police have been doing to me, destroying me networks.
Right.
Honest, it's not a paranoid thing.
You know, just get your Fruit of the Loom t-shirts and get them printed somewhere else.
This is what's going on with me.
Right. And you know, with the things that you talked about, with that fight that you was going to have with Jamie English, because did you react to it? Did you actually say? Because
Look, he's just popped up. He's had a weekend off his barn or something. And Monday morning, he's came out screaming, 250 gram fight for Darren. He's been clickbaiting off me for years.
Right.
Years since I jogged them on. I pulled the rug on him. They never fucked me up.
Hold on, right, Darren, right? You can't go on social media platforms like I've seen you on, like TikTok Live, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and sit and slag James English off, or anyone off for that matter, right? For literally sometimes 4 to 5 hours a day, right? And then when they make the odd short video replying to you, accuse them of clickbaiting you.
Off. I fucked them off and they can't get over it. So what's happened? English has got out screamed, and I've thought, okay, then call the shithead's bluff. I know he hasn't got the fights in him, and I know he hasn't got £250,000.
Right.
Call his bluff.
Right, but have you ever heard of promotions?
Go on then, bang 125 grand in that domestic violence abuse centre in Glasgow, and I'll turn up today. Just go and put the money in their account, and I'll be there to fight you.
So somebody that you've been slagging off, right? Pretty much your full-time job is slagging them off and accusing everybody that you come into contact with is being sent by them in the long run to destroy you. You want that person to just trust your word with 125k, do you? Why, aye.
No, you see what's happening with me? All these screaming 250 grand fights. Where's the promotions?
Well, the promotion for a fight doesn't normally start until the fight's been agreed.
Where's your misfits? Where's your other promotions? Why isn't Darren getting mentioned on them?
Right.
250 grand fights. Why I've got more traffic.
And I'm just asking this as a question. What percentage of the current Misfits influencer roster fall into the category of convicted murderer?
Than any cunt in this fucking country.
Which I'm all for, but they're only allowed to fight other convicted murderers.
Why aren't I being offered opportunities where I can huge?
Well, you put it out there now, Darren. So
They're not going to come next.
Darren Gee versus Fred West. I'd watch that.
Me? Why?
I would pay for that
because of Andrew Tate and his paymasters and that.
Whoa, hold on. How's Tate in it now? Is Tate against him as well?
All these screaming 250 grand fights. Where's the promotions?
I mean, it's very probable that a fight between Darren Gee and James English at the time, maybe not so much now, could have easily, even if they put it on themselves, earned them that sort of money if it was promoted right, because they both got reach, they both got interest, there's a genuine beef there. They could have definitely have put that on somewhere and made that money, no problem in my opinion, because the demand for the fight's already there. The platform in order to, well, the medium to promote the fight is already there. You don't pay for promotion. Like that could really have worked. But Darren's a shithouse. So Darren, whose second 10-year plan, which he's doing now, is to, well, just really get rich in that, really, right? Turned down a 200. This is somebody who's got nothing. Turned down, or wouldn't even entertain talks for a £250,000 fight. Now, I don't know if that was 250 grand each, or more than likely 125k each, I'd say.
Where's your misfits? Where's your other promotions? Why isn't Darren getting mentioned on them?
Right.
250 grand fights. Why I've got more traffic than any cunt in this fucking country. Why aren't I being offered opportunities where
you've got more traffic than anybody else in the country? I mean, the kids I've seen you talking to on TikTok look like there's a chance that you're trying to traffic them, if that's what you mean.
Huge.
Well, you put it out there now, Darren. So,
but I've seen numbers on clips of Darren Gee in the millions, but I've never seen any of Darren's own stuff do anything worth talking about. Certainly not James. I don't know. I've not watched a James English podcast now in quite a while. But at one point, he was doing crazy numbers on YouTube.
Misfits. They're not going to come near me. Why? Because of Andrew Tate and his paymasters and that. That's who owns Misfits now. They've sewn it up, haven't they? And I'm being very offensive to these cunts. Why? Because they're in the Jewish profit.
I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because I always look at things online, and I always see, and there's always going to be like 8 or 9 characters that are online, and they do it with the boxing as well, the bare knuckle fighting, where there's a group of them, and they're all on YouTube, and they're all sort of saying he's done this and shit.
Yeah, I've done videos on him before. I've seen Darren Gee on a live with Decker Heggie, and I went on the live, and Darren Gee said, "Oh, well, he's obviously a pervert, isn't he?" And I was like, "He's a convicted sex offender, right? You're a convicted murderer, and you're going to say, because I've got a mohawk, I look like the wrongin', do I?"
He's done that.
All right, I cush.
Same group.
And it's what's it called? They call it the dark corner of the web.
Yeah.
On you.
Hey, big up the dark corner. Operation Get on Terry Stone's podcast begins.
YouTube, the dark, and I didn't even know this existed. But then when I was talking to somebody, they said, "Oh yeah, you know, there's these different people from this and that." And it's quite
One of them's a hedgehog. Oh, is he? He sounds interesting. We should get it, maybe see if he's good for coming down.
interesting to see. I'm obviously just doing a podcast. So for me, it's just like mad when you actually start seeing this stuff. And then, you hear people saying this person's doing this and this person's doing that. And I genuinely look at some of this stuff and I just think, is it real? Do you know what I mean? Or is it people just putting stuff out there?
There's loads of fake
to get
shit
people
out there.
But that's what I mean. That's the thing I struggle with is there's so much fake news. There's so much bullshit.
Darren's in the same boat of it's Darren Gee, where there's plenty of public interest, we'll call it. Public interest. There's plenty of clicks and views there already on content that is just them. But they're the only two people not making any money off it. Darren Gee gets clipped probably just the same, if not more, sometimes than Danny.
Shit, there's so many lies. There's so many people.
It's too fucking stupid to just admit, look, I don't know how to monetize social media. Will you do it for me or will you teach me what to do? Like Darren Gee, he's the type of person to go, I don't know how to do this. Will you show us how to do it? And then you try and tell him how to do it and he goes, no, you're wrong.
Doing stuff here just because they want someone over there to do something.
And the numbers get the belief.
Right.
So if there's gang 10 there screaming something about me and I'm screaming something about one of them, I get disbelieved.
Some enough of them.
They get believed.
Right.
When I'm being truthful as much as you fucking can. Do you get what
I believe that it's your truth, Darren. I believe you believe it.
I'm saying? They're the ones that are being deceitful. They're the ones that are lying about me, spreading mad rumours about crazy offences that are... Do you get what I'm saying? But as I say, lad...
I've got to ask you a question.
What?
What is the craziest rumour that you've heard about yourself online?
I heard that in prison, he was known for sucking cock for baccy, and it turned out he didn't even smoke.
The worst or the craziest?
Both. I mean, yeah.
Because
there's got to be one where it's just like, that is just fucking insane.
all of it.
Right.
Oh, all of it?
All of it. There's nothing really weird. It's just nasty.
Right.
You know,
Oh, tell about the nasty one then.
kids and all this sort of shit. That's what they say about me.
Right.
And that's horrendous in itself, isn't it? Especially when you've been a victim of such crimes and survived it. Now we've got people calling you a perpetrator. Does you, Terry? Triggers you mad.
But I think you can probably say that
Look,
that's why it's
this
being
little
done.
shower of shit in the corner, that the dark place you've got. You see YouTube, you've got the podcasting world, haven't you? You're in there. Sean Atwood's in there. Loads of people are in there that we don't even...
I don't think there's a podcasting world. Some people have podcasts. Some people just have podcasts. Some people create content and then on the back of that, start a podcast. Some people are musicians going to podcasting. Some people are just regular people do podcasting. But I don't think there's a world. I don't think it's a community.
know, proper podcasters who aren't involved in the criminal corner, if you like.
Right.
Boss ones, but then you've got a shower of shit in the corner who are acting criminal. Behind the scenes, they are criminal.
Who? What are you talking about?
And when they come on here and they get ripped or something, instead of dealing with it like a social media personality, they're dealing with it like gangsters.
Right.
And they're targeting people like gangsters do. And that's that dirty, dark corner with English and all them fucking cesspit people.
Is English a pure gangster, is he?
Right.
But as I say, it's just a learning curve for me.
Do you think that, and this might be a mad thing, but do you think that if you did have a fight with James English on Misfits, say,
Yeah.
do you think afterwards you would be able to shake hands?
His channel, Scouse Sit Off, has double subs that you do, Craig Bro. Stick to the facts. Right. Is that Darren's channel? Or is that his clip channel? Because Darren insists on this podcast that he's banned from YouTube. And every time he sets up a YouTube channel, as soon as it gets monetized, it gets deleted. And he's currently not on YouTube.
And just go, look, mate.
Look, mate,
Right.
I'm not a hateful man.
And you don't get paid a penny for subscribers either.
Right.
I don't sit here waking up and thinking about English or any. I think about myself and
Have
my
a look.
kids
What
every
was it
day when
called?
I wake up. I'm not a hater.
I tried quite a while ago, right, while we're on the subject. If somebody can help me here, I'd really appreciate it, because I tried for ages with, the TikTok stream recording software I've got. I was on TikTok looking for Darren Gee's account that he actually goes live on, so I could set it up to record it. And I genuinely couldn't find it. And that's hundreds of Darren Gee accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers, but none of them are actually him. That channel commenting was made up a couple of hours ago, so just ignore it. Yeah, but what I want to check, if there's a YouTube channel that clips him, Scouse sit off. If there's a YouTube channel that clips him, I'll use that as a source to make money over the next few months. Scouse sit off. When was the last video posted? Right. Yeah, this is a clip. I'm going to subscribe to this. I needed to find a clips channel like this on YouTube. Thank you whoever said that. Even if you were trying to be funny or be a dick, thank you very much, because that's helped me massively. Look, so right, as it's got a picture of Purple Lackey's eyes as the banner, Scouse sit off. The archive of all goings on around Liverpool involving Scousers in the city. Yeah, and looking at it.
So, but I believe.
That's a TikTok live. You see how he's got that join my thing on
so,
the.
but I believe.
He's got that join my club thing. Can you see that? Yeah, you see he's got that join my fan club sitting on his head. That's a TikTok thing. So this is somebody recording these TikTok lives and posting them, which is perfect. That'll do. They're doing Sam Walker, Darren Gee. Most popular one there is on 629,000 views.
How are you, mate?
Oh, Weston. You've got Darren Gee on TikTok. Wait, what is it? Find it, Rich. I'm 100% starting the Danny G daily next week. Weston, do you want to co-host it? I'll have the revenue with you.
You have to shut that down and obviously have a polite chat when that's off. Obviously, I've got my hit camera on for my own. I was saying, and then running away without hearing my side of the story. Now, what he says is Wetherspoons doesn't like individuals vlogging in their place. Well, I don't like their staff coming out and coming in, having his opinion, saying he felt threatened, saying he didn't like what I was saying, and then running away without hearing my side of the story. Now, what he says is Wetherspoons.
I mean, the quality of it's fucking horrific, though, that, isn't it? 720p. 3 years ago. What's the quality of the more recent ones like? $9,200, $9,000, $8,500. I didn't realise Darren could do such good numbers. Oh, I'm all over this. Darren Gee gets attacked with a bike seat. It's a Dark Side classic, this thing. Get him!
Not him, obviously. Because when we walked past this cafe earlier on, we never really stopped and looked because someone went in.
I never once said that Darren Gee was a nobody. What I said is exactly what you've just said there. I said, Darren Gee is like Danny G in the sense that there's plenty of public attention. This was pretty much word for word what I said. There's loads of public attention on them. There's millions of clicks and views out there, but it's but it's everybody else that makes money, but they don't. Whoa!
Sorry?
Cool, man.
Bring it out. Get out, shit house. Come on, you're a tavern. I'll come here. Your hands. I'll put you on your fucking back. Shit house. What?
I'm knocking out.
You won't knock nothing out, you dickhead.
So you must be new around here, right? Because about 2 years ago, I had a T-shirt printed with the initials for choosing non-Samba Ponce, and I had a Darren Gee hat, and I used to do videos pretending to rap like him about wanting to book kids, but I was pretending to be him. I had a bald wig pretending to be him. I was dressing up and doing videos for him. But I thought that the views on Darren Gee stuff had fell off a cliff. I didn't realize he was relevant, but I cannot tell you how grateful I am for realizing that. Because what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to build my own loyalty. You know when you have a football team and they're doing well, but they bought all their players, but then they start like an academy to like bring up their own players from young. I've been trying to do that with like Murphy and JDP with Lolcows, like breed me own. But I think I'm just going to be lazy. Fucking, I will kill this shit. I did a Darren Gee video 6 months ago. Yeah, I'm all over this. Rachel's kids have got 2 bikes. Just make sure that the seats aren't on too tight, and we should be sound. I'm gonna watch it.
I'm in your area, and what?
You're a camera, you're not snitch.
The camera's down, you're not on, you little dickhead. I'll fucking ruin you. Go away, you shit
You
house.
go knock you on.
Stop showing your mouth off, you shit house. You're a shit house. Knock me out then, dickhead.
The L5 Alive must have just kicked in again. G'day, Western mate. Oh, what, that's one?
On what? What? What's wrong with the fucking bike, you shit house? Get it on. Get it. Come here. On what? Yeah. Shit house. Look, you've got a weapon and everything. It's busy. 5-0, dickhead. It's busy.
Yes, fun times, that man. Fun times. Right.
I've got to defend myself from serious, nasty allegations. And if you think I'm going to sit here like a dickhead while I've got a gang of drug sniffing fucking helmets who think they're famous coming at me with mad allegations, you're fucking wrong.
Right.
I'm a one-man band, mate, Terry, a real one. No one's behind me saying Darren's not this, Darren's not that.
I'm going for a wee.
There's just no one around me to do that. So I've got to defend myself. And while I'm defending myself, I'm giving people a perception of me like I'm some sort of nutter.
Right.
But I've got to back this shit off. I'm not willing to let dickheads accuse me of being a nonce.
But the reality is, if
English
people,
if English was here now and had a straightener with me, I'd hospitalise him and then shake his hand and forget about him. I wouldn't even shake his hand.
Right.
I forgot about him. I don't think about him every day, but I know as soon as I see him, he's going to hospital. It'll be a Billy Moore situation.
Right.
I don't want to scream about other podcasts on your thing.
That's fine. I mean,
I'm not angry over it. What they've done to me is made me into a very, very, very powerful fucking character. They haven't broke me. They never finished me. They never cancelled me. They tried their hardest. They put me on my knees loads of times. I was thinking about hanging myself numerous times going through this bullshit off these. But I never give up. Carried on going. And you've got the end product now. And if you don't fucking like it, it's your own fault. If you've got a problem with me, contact me, come and see me, and get the fucking 50s going. Stop shitting yourself on social media, James English, screaming your little horrible fucking mouth off. Put pen to paper, let me and you get it on, so the whole fucking country, you're a dickhead.
I mean, the thing is, there's not many people that would have that view where they would actually say, look, because for me, it's like if you fell out with somebody, right, you can either keep things broken or you can fix them. And the thing for me is what you were talking about, the unity thing.
That's it.
So
I've said on my podcast the other day, if I've upset any Scousers, upset any Irish kids in the last 10 years, contact me, we'll have a straightener. We need to get past this and start thinking unity. That's what it is. If you can't settle your fucking differences, you're definitely not going to establish unity.
So for you, for a way forward for you, Darren, then, anyone online that's had a problem with you, anyone online that's talked shit about you, anyone that has done anything that you deem
but let me put it this way. If I've directly insulted you, attacked you for whatever reason, you have got the legitimate right to request a straightener from me, and I'll grant you that.
Right.
But if you're just a dickhead coming over there because I've offended one of your mates, and you're trying to, like a Liam Tuft defending the fucking shithead Robinson, that sort of situation, jog on. You're a dickhead. I've never attacked you directly. Do you get what I'm saying?
You know, as I said, for me, I've never met James English, but I've always sort of got on with him. Liam Tufts, I've been on his podcast. You know,
well, that's what I mean. You've met all these people, so you're going to have your own opinion of it.
But I'll be honest with you. If I look at all the people that are online that do podcasts, obviously we're in competition, right? But
I'm not.
But what I'm saying is, as podcasters, like obviously everyone wants.
I'm not a podcaster, and they've been treating me like I'm competition.
Right. I honestly think that they're looking at you as, if we can get him on, or we can get him to say something, we can get some views on it.
So for a year or two, I've had this Liam Tuft not asking me direct, but mad profiles coming in. Do you like Liam Tuft? I think you might have sent me a message saying that.
No, I didn't even know.
How were you with Liam Tuft?
Do you know something? Liam Tufts, I think because he asked you to go on the show, didn't he?
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So for a year or two, I've been getting these messages, feeling me up, see how I am with Liam Tuft. Why? Because he's connected. He's best mates with English, isn't he? And Robinson. If you didn't know that, you know it now. Him and English are like this behind the scenes.
Right.
So when he's coming in, he's feeling me. What am I like? What's my attitude towards him like? Now this Liam Tuft, I just see him as a screaming little fucker who's jumped on this right wing thing with Tommy Robinson, not really understanding what the fuck he's got himself involved with. So when I'm screaming about Tommy Robinson, you cannot scream about Tim. Why? Because he's more right wing than fucking Robinson. So I've screamed at him due to Robinson in English. Now what he's done a few weeks ago is come out and done this video. Come and sit on my podcast. Do you think I'm going to give you any fucking click? Do you think I'm going to sit on... What? Not because I'm scared. I'd fucking go at him on the podcast. It'll go viral dead fast. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not entertaining any of that circle. They're all connected. They're all associated. And they all suck your fucking energy off you till you're fucked. The whole reason he wanted me on his podcast, that Liam Tuft, was just for the traffic. Just to build his profile.
No, but that's kind of going back to what I was saying earlier. I think people either want you on the podcast or they want to have an argument with you online so they get some views, and that's it. I genuinely think.
You know what, though, Terry? You know, if they've been doing it for 10 years, well, and it's not like my man there. I need 1,000 followers. Boom. They've got millions of followers on the back of me. These. They've had my platform shut down when I'm trying to reply to their allegations. So I've had 4 platforms, YouTube platforms, shut down by James English. You know, it's meant to be competition, innit? You're screaming your fucking head off over there. I get on my platform and address it. And you're getting me site shut down for addressing it.
But how do you know it's him? Is it because
I've got the documents.
Oh, so you actually get
when YouTube are giving you warnings,
right?
You can either put your name on it or not. For some reason, he's put his name on the documents.
Wow.
So I've got the receipts. I'm not coming here from nowhere.
Right.
I've got receipts that show he has been shutting my profiles down for 5 years, mate.
Wow. I mean,
that's why I'm not on YouTube, Teddy.
But I'd never, see, for me, I would never want to do that to anybody else. Because I think if you're
a snitch at the end of the day if you're doing that.
But if
you're in the crime world, Teddy, right? And you've got beef with a firm there, and it goes off, and you inform on them to f them up, you're a snitch. If you change your life around and you go into social media, and you've got beef on someone down there, and you inform on them to f him up, you're a snitch. There's no way of going about it. They're complaining on my platforms, informing on me that I'm saying something about them and getting me platform shut down. And I've got the receipts for 10 years.
So the stuff that you were saying wasn't
It's not.
It was
it's
just
not
replying.
lies.
It was just
it's not
replying.
derogative. I'm just replying to these chatting major shit on me, and because I'm hitting them with the truth hurts. The lies don't hurt me. So when he's got all these dickheads sitting on platforms chatting lies and making mad assumptions about me, I'm not asked. I'm not trying to get your platform shut down. Carry on, do what the fuck you're doing. When I see you, you'll know what time it is.
Right.
That's my motto. When I see you, you're gonna know what time it is. I've only seen one of them, and that was Billy Moore, and he shit himself. And the videos that's being edited looks like I've only done it in front of police.
Right.
When in reality, it was an opportunistic situation. I haven't sat him off and waited for him. I've just been there, he's popped up. I've done the man thing. Shh, put your camera down, get round the corner, let's deal with this. It's all the same crowd though.
But so,
English, Robinson, Billy Moore, Tuft, all these are the same firm behind the scenes. It's hard to understand, innit? But they all connect behind the scenes, mate.
I know James and Liam are friends. I know obviously.
Well, there you go,
I mean,
James. I've got videos which shows all them you're speaking about in a nice house, getting drunk and mixing together like the best friends in the world. I've got it.
Right.
So what they do when they have these protests in London, they'll go back to some nice house, and all the main people of that organisation will be in that house, and it's the same house every time you have the protest.
I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, you know, I think when you look at everything that's out there, and you look at, there's been loads of different protests, right? There's been hundreds, but I definitely think what the right protests and the far right, I think that they've gained so much momentum, because I think going back to what you were saying earlier, people are sick of the country being in decline.
Exactly.
And they want to change.
And there's no space for them to tap into or other than the right wing or the left wing. So you've probably got thousands upon thousands of concerned nanas, granddads, aunties, daughters, everything. Our families, loads of insecure, and there's no space for them to go and feel secure.
And I think
other than the right wing. So now what you're seeing is, you just said the numbers are going huge. Why? Because there's no other space for these women and men to voice their opinions. That's why we need the unity as key.
Well, you know what you were saying about the left and the right?
Yeah.
Like, you either go, actually, yeah, I'm on that left, and then whatever happens on the left, you're on that march.
That's it.
And on the right, so you're only going one or the other way.
Once you go into them spaces, well, then you become what that space is.
Yeah.
And you end up acting, speaking, dressing, behaving exactly the same as them all.
The thing that makes me laugh, though, and this is an observation, is there's been a few journalists and a few podcasters and a few social media people that have actually gone on these different protests, and they've actually gone up to people and like sort of, you know, like doorstopped them and said, "Oh, you know, we're here at this protest, why are you here?" And then they just come out with some random fucking stuff, and you're like, "Well, do you actually know what you're protesting about?" So a lot of them don't even know why they're
exactly
there.
That.
And I think
subconsciously moving around humans.
But that's why I think people are like choosing their tribes, because they're feeling like, I can only either go that way or that way. But I think what you're saying is there's a centre one which brings in both.
Well, I've got an image here on my phone, and I'll give it to you. It's like a thing they've done,
right? And
you can put it on your your head and your thing. Just bang it up so they know what I mean. And basically, it's a cross. You know the cross, the crucifix, and what you've got the corridor, right?
It's actually only classed as a crucifix if Jesus is on it. If not, then it's just a cross, Darren.
Up the centre. You've got the left and you've got the right.
Right.
At the top of the corridor, you've got the establishment.
Right.
At the bottom of the corridor, you've got all us. We're walking up this corridor to scream at the establishment. But there's two doors on either side. And
looking at him now, right? I mean, I know he used to be naughty and that when he was younger, apparently, right? But looking at him now, somebody told me that I was Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons growing up. I'd believe them.
What we're doing is we're going into them doors. So now the corridor's empty and the establishments are still at the top. And everyone's locked in these rooms now. Yeah. What I'm trying to say to them is, jump in the corridor with me and let's clash with governments.
Right.
Don't get in this room and that room and clash with each other. Because that's what's happening. We're all walking down this road. You're getting trapped in the left. You're getting trapped in the right. And now it's only me against the establishment.
Because I suppose from an establishment, I'll say it in a minute, from an establishment perspective, if you was running government and then you've got all these people on the right screaming, all these people on the left screaming, all these people in the middle screaming, it's very difficult to go, what do we do here? Because one of the things that someone said to me, if you're a politician now, it's the hardest thing in the world because what you're trying to do is make everybody happy.
Right, but if you're a politician in this country and you've got loads of people on the left screaming free Palestine, why aren't you, as the leader of this country, sending 6 ships to Gaza, filling them with women and children and bringing them into this country? Why aren't you doing that? Do you understand what I'm saying? They've created the protest groups. Tommy Robinson is a creation of the BBC. Tommy Robinson works with the...
I mean, quite a lot of my friends were posting free the nipple when Rihanna got her Instagram account banned for showing a little bit of the old nip nap, the old... right? And I was in full support of that. But at no given moment was I expecting the government to deploy the army to actually free the nipple.
Establishments. The only reason the BBC have been speaking on Tommy Robinson every so often, news coverage and shit, is to elevate his profile. They've done exactly the same with Andrew Tate. They made Andrew Tate who he is. Why? By elevating.
Oh, by having him on the news saying stuff to elevate his profile, like Andrew Tate is being investigated for sex crimes. Yeah, that's the kind of publicity you can't buy. You know, they say there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? But I think Gary Glitter would definitely disagree with you.
And his profiles, banging them on the news. Why? Because they've got plans for these people coming forward, spinning narratives.
Because how ironic that this morning Andrew Tate came out as being extradited to the UK from Miami for 42 sex offences. 7 grapes in there. I was going to do a video on it actually.
Andrew Tate, again, I've never met him, but
have you not? I went to school with him.
He was doing his university thing when he was selling these courses and he was doing his bits and pieces and he was very sort of on the alpha male, this is what you got to do.
It's all bullshit.
But he actually did go out and say that he'd been approached. Now, this could be bullshit, right? But he'd been approached and basically offered a load of money to basically promote different things. He rejected that, and then he had all that problems when they got arrested and accused him of doing all this stuff. Was it in Romania? So
right. So funny enough, this does involve James English. I'm sure I've said this before on the Danny channel, I think, right? So James English did a podcast with Andrew Tate. At that point, which was lockdown, I watched pretty much every podcast and James English put out. For no fact other than there's nothing else to watch. And we always managed to find fairly interesting people if I didn't know who they were already. Yeah, this Andrew Tate on. And I was sitting watching it with a female friend of mine who's an escort. So she knows a lot more about the sex industry and whatnot and the laws surrounding it than I do. And he basically, I'm going to do a video on this. I'm going to find the clip and do a video on it. And he, Andrew Tate's going, what we used to do is we used to get these women to fall in love over the internet. And then we used to tell them we used to fly them out to where we were and say that because we wanted to be with them and whatnot. And they'd get there and they'd say, right, I'm not actually in love with you. There's 3 more of yous. What's going to happen here is I've got a plan, but we're going to get really rich. Yous are going to do sex cam work, but you're not going to talk to the customers. You're going to just pretend to type on a keyboard, and I'm going to do the typing, and I'm going to milk the money out of all these people. We'll take them for everything they've got. You can either get on a plane back home, or you can stay, right? Now, my mate turned around to me and she went, that's textbook human trafficking. And I went, is it fuck? Bearing in mind, right, up until recently, I thought human trafficking was like people being fucking kidnapped from another country. You know what I mean? Or people being forced to work as prostitutes, not realizing that sex can work. It's still sex work. But it's basically, it's to have somebody go from point A to point B on false pretenses to do sex work when they get there. And funnily enough, years later, he got. I don't know if this is definitely correct or not, but if I'd never heard of him before that James English podcast, and it felt like within 6 months was the peak of his career. And I think the James English podcast was a great segue for him to get on to other podcasts. I think Steve Wraith had him on a podcast years and years before, and it never did any numbers, but he wasn't talking about the same things. And I've got all of their courses. Somebody sent me all of their courses because the Hustlers University thing. Well, before that it was it Cobra Tate or something it was. And it was selling some of these courses, or selling these video courses, were selling for like 10 grand. Right? It's like, but that's a big con on the internet, is to go, oh, I've got everything you want. Look at me, I've got everything you want. Do you want to have it as well? Well, buy this course. It's only for just $10,000. I'll teach you how to make 10 million. And if you're stupid enough, you believe it. But honestly, right, one of these courses is about pulling women, and I should react to it actually on here one night. And I think, honestly, it's fucking hilarious, right? It's basically a grape course. What they're teaching you how to do is how to meet a girl in a bar that's with her mates, who's clearly not that interested in you sexually, but slowly over the course of the night, putting her in a position where she feels like she has to sleep with you, right? And then I think it's episode or like lesson 4 is called Isolating the Cock Block, which means get rid of a friend that's trying to stop you from forcing her into booking you. Honestly, it's wild. It's wild. We should definitely do that, though.
You know, but you still, you don't buy.
What you got to understand is, COVID?
Yeah.
COVID was a reset.
Right.
And the reset was to assimilate us to a different way going forward. Do you know what assimilation is?
Yeah, to get you used
Not
to...
simulation.
Yeah,
assimilation.
To get you...
Right, so what they've done in COVID, they've absolutely reduced us all.
I love how Darren's talking to Terry Stone as if he's the, right? I know Terry's worn some lodgeful wigs in films, and I've never seen any of his films, if I tell you the truth, right? I know he's had some lodgeful podcasts, but he's had some good ones as well. He's had some really good ones. Lisa Mafia podcast was pretty good. And what's he called? What was the head guy from Soul Solid Crew? Mega Man's podcast, brilliant. But I've known of Terry Stone about 25 years because he's a absolute legend in the garage music scene, and in terms of the business side of things. And he's a very, very, very clever man. When something stops working because culture changes, he always manages to find something else that becomes very profitable for him very quickly. Which I would say the same about myself. I've gone from thing to thing and thought, when this is over, I'm fucked. But I always manage to come up with a new idea. And the business-wise, pretty much everything I touch turns to gold. It's just a sense I've got. It's weird, but I'm nowhere near on the scale of how Terry Stone's done it from thing to thing. But anyway, isolating the cock block. Darren Gee's talking to Dad. Do you know what assimilation means? Not simulation, assimilation. Shut up, will you?
Or
do you?
All the normal shit that you was distracted by, now you're not because you haven't got access to it. So all you've got in your house is your phone and YouTube. And in that period of time, the powers that be have elevated their agents amongst us in social media. So all of a sudden, Andrew Tate popped up from nowhere. Millions.
Why has he not been sectioned?
Follows dead fast. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most of the audience in COVID, the young men, are watching Andrew Tate.
Right.
Andrew Tate then converts to Islam. 1 million white lads that was following him converted with him. He's not a true Muslim.
Again, where does he get these stats from?
Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, everyone during that COVID, you got elevated. You know who they are. You seen him. Sean Atwood, he was one. Sean Atwood was the only one who was allowed to speak about
I got you. I wish I could find them videos where I dressed up as Darren Gee fucking Sean Atwood. Who else was there? Decker. Living in London. They're very creative, them.
Any other on YouTube spoke about it and they get shut down. Atwood was given permission to speak about it, and that's why he's got all these millions of views.
Right.
He got told to shut up about it for a duration of time, and then he was allowed to speak on him again, and then he's got pure views again.
Oh, right. I thought that Sean Atwood got his break because he befriended True. He had a book out and he went on the True Geordie podcast to promote it, and that podcast went viral. And Sean Atwood at that point had his YouTube channel for years, and it had done next to nothing, and it shot his things up. And Sean Atwood as well. I tip my hat off to Sean Atwood every time. I know he gets a bad rap on the dog side, but from a business standpoint, he's done very well out of this shite.
Right.
It is what it is, la. All them people in the COVID who rose viral and everyone was watching, they're the agents.
And you have to remember, right? I know the numbers, right? I know the analytics like the back of my hand now, right? And some of these people do. So the people that watch this channel regularly know what I make from YouTube. If for the sake of what I do, it's fucking phenomenal money, right? But bear this in mind, right? Some of these people he's speaking about do the same amount of views in one video that I would do in a whole month. So if they put a video out every day and they did the average numbers, right? They're getting 30 times what I am. Now that's a lot of money to sit and talk to your camera phone.
Why? So when we come out of COVID, what they've been
That would be enough money for me to take this a bit more serious, to tell you the truth.
putting in our heads is what we became assimilated to as we come out the house. So now all them lads have come out who's been listening to Tate. Before they listened to him on Bang Up, when we were locked down for 2 years, they never had his mindset. But now they're locked in their house, and all they're getting is Tate spinning this alpha male shit and misogyny and all this shit to the lads.
But if you look at his messaging, right?
What messaging?
No, but he's messaging about being an alpha male, and
He's not though.
no, but when
He's not out. He doesn't represent the real man.
when he was doing that, right? Loads and loads of boys were like going, you know, I love Andrew Tate. They were based.
But what made him get the presents?
But
Who gave him the presents?
do you know what I think?
He never made the presents himself.
I genuinely think if you go online and you say something which is outrageous, right, you're going to get views, right? And I think obviously, you know, you're not allowed to be an alpha male. You're not allowed to be.
All right, I've said some outlandish things. There's loads of people who've said some valid outlandish things. The BBC don't recruit them. They'll recruit Tate. They'll recruit Robinson. What makes you think they don't?
The BBC have recruited Andrew Tate. Have they? For what? Because he's taking over fucking Noel Edmonds on Deal or No Deal. I mean, I'd probably watch that.
I don't know. I just look online and I see people. Look at Gemma Collins. Right, she's got millions of followers.
Yeah.
Because she's the funny girl from.
Well, let's have it
from-
right.
from
She was the
Towers.
fat girl.
But she,
That's why she got the followers, because she was the fat girl.
But she was.
I don't think Gemma Collins got followers because she was fat. In my opinion, in fact, let's get a little bit deep into this, right? Now, normally, not all of the time, but normally, right? Girls that aren't, I'll rephrase, I was going to say girls that aren't that attractive. Girls that are pretty ugly, normally manage to, over the course of their life, develop the same skills that guys have to get girls. Because, guys sound like fucking Andrew Tate now. I've never heard him say anything intellectual. Girls just have to turn up and look pretty. You know what I mean? Like, a billionaire guy would go out with a girl that worked at McDonald's if he fancied her enough. But a girl billionaire would never go out with a guy that worked at McDonald's regardless of what he looked like. Guys have to have, well, guys have to sell themselves basically to girls, and a great way to do that is through humor. And I believe that a lot of the uglier girls I know are very fucking funny. Whether it's been built up through like it, because if you're ugly as well, people will treat you differently. And I know it's not the way it should be, but that's the way the world is. That's the way the world is. It's why Murphy's the way he is. It's because he's so fucking ugly. It's why JDP's the way he is. It's because he's so fucking ugly. Right? They're both fat spackers. They haven't got any followers. So I think that what people like JDP, Murphy, Darren Gee, Danny G can't get their head round is social media when it started was for you to tell your friends you were going to chippy or show them a picture of a sauna you'd bought or brag you were going out for a nice meal. Social media now, on the whole, it's an entertainment-based platform. So people like myself, and Exposure TV is a great example, right? In Jake's eyes and Murphy's eyes, they won't see any difference between them and Exposure TV or me. The likes of me and Exposure TV got big personalities. We're entertaining. We're entertaining. That's why we do numbers. That's why we're able to, flourish and buy Rachel new boobs for £8,500. Thank you very much, you. By the way, I do appreciate every single one of you. And it boils down to this: somebody watches a video and it entertains them. They'll watch it all the way through. And if they see another one, they'll probably watch that until that changes. If somebody does videos in the shit, but then somebody does a video talking over them and cracking jokes about them and pointing out the lies and megging them and that, then they've taken that content and turned it and transformed it into something entertaining. People will watch that. So, in my opinion, Gemma Collins got the followers because she's, to be fair, she's pretty likable, and especially on that show as well. I mean, I hate to use a Murphy term, right? But the majority of them were stereotypically attractive, drab bastards.
Say something which is outrageous, right? You're going to get views, right? And I think obviously, you're not allowed to be an alpha male. You're not allowed to be.
They don't get showbiz at all, do they?
All right. I've said some outlandish things. There's loads of people who've said some valid outlandish.
If we even suggested to them that what this is right now is a form of showbiz, right? It's on a very small scale, but that's what it is. The entertainment industry, they'd go, "Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not famous," and completely miss the point. It's an entertainment platform, and we're entertainers. You're either entertaining or you're not. What social media has done, unfortunately, is back in the day, well, in fact, to buy my setup that I'm here with now, we'd have to be pretty serious about it, right? Got a roadcaster, got a brilliant mic, got several Macs that are fast enough to do it. We've got StreamYard subscriptions, we've got this, we've got that, we've got Photoshop subscriptions, which is £40 a month to do the thumbnails and shit like that, right? So you have to invest in yourself. So you have to be serious about it. You have to have thought, right, what does this entail to do? Am I capable of doing it? Will the product be worth people watching at the end of it? Unfortunately, what social media has done, or what really Apple and Samsung have done, now, well, I've all got one of these in my pocket. And all you have to do to make a video is literally press. It's literally, right? You just press that button there and then record and you're off. And then you upload it to YouTube and it's published on YouTube. Is a broadcast platform. It's open to everybody, but it's a broadcast. It's a just broadcast platform. So now everybody thinks, "Oh, I can do that." Well, you can definitely post a video of you talking to a camera. But will it be worth watching? Probably not, unless I'm on it.
Outlandish things. The BBC don't recruit.
I want to hear him saying fat again.
Say something, a fat one, which is outrageous, right? You're going to get views, right? And I think obviously, you know, you're not allowed to.
Craig, remember when you hosted the show when you got 10k subscribers? You had 10k balloons. I do, yeah, mate. I do. I'm doing it. Good times, man.
To be an alpha male, you're not allowed to be.
All right, I've said some outlandish things. There's loads of people.
They don't create, edit nothing. J-Mac said something, right? J-Mac said to one of them, he said, what you don't get is Craig is a YouTuber. Yes, he's a lower tier YouTuber, but he's a fully functional YouTuber. You're just on YouTube. And they're two different things.
You've said some valid, outlandish things. The BBC don't recruit them. They'll recruit Tate. They'll recruit Robinson. What makes you think they don't?
I don't know. I just look online and I see people. Look at Gemma Collins. Right, she's got millions of followers.
Yeah,
because she's the funny girl from.
Well, let's have it right. She was the fat girl.
But
that's why she got the followers, because she was the fat girl.
But she was always funny.
Yeah, she was funny.
But she got
what
trolled.
The point I'm making is, I'm not hitting her but the point I'm making is, the broadcasting companies have used her because she's a big girl. That's it. The only reason she got to where she was, because she's a large girl. They've used her.
Do you know what though? When I look at it, I always look at things. I said, I look back and
That's a fucking balmy statement, that.
Always interested in why people go viral, why people get a big presence. How have you got all them followers?
Look, I've been viral.
I tell you what, right? If anybody agrees with Darren there, right? And I tell you what, right? Get yourself on the Super Size Me McDonald's diet for a few months, right? Put on fucking 10 Clem, right? And then post videos of you just being fat, right? And photos of you just being fat. And see how far just being fat gets you. Probably not very, actually. Well, you get there, but just a bit slower and sweatier.
7 times.
Yeah.
And I mean viral, multi-million views.
Yeah.
Nothing comes to me. Why? Because I'm cancelled.
Right.
The kid next to me goes viral once. Got all these companies coming in for him. Why? Because he's not cancelled.
Right. Right. There's going viral in a way, you know, pretty much like, you know how basically most people in the UK there's basically 2 ways of talking, right? In my opinion, in the UK, there's two, what's the word I'm looking for? Not dialects, but, 2 cadences, we'll say, of talking, right? There's the cadence people talking if they want a job, and there's a cadence people talking if they don't. And going viral, in my opinion, is very similar to that when it comes to brand deals and whatnot, right? Because Mackenzie, right, who I was just with again over in Vegas, right? I think he's got 2 million YouTube subscribers, 12 million TikTok followers, and I think 2 million on Instagram. All of his stuff, because he started as a child actor in some CBeebies stuff. Then decided he wanted to be a singer, started working with me, made that dream become a reality. Now, he's got 2 Vegas residencies. He's just got the golden buzzer on America's Got Talent. All of his content is him doing daft magic tricks or him doing very good, clean, wholesome stuff that people his age do. Right? There are no Mackenzie videos of him saying, "You're a fucking rat, you, and I'm going to stab you, and fucking this and that, and I'm not a nonce, you buck kids," right? Right? Because can you imagine living in a world, right, where you go like, you're a rat, you grapist rat. Come on, get outside now. Come on, I'll do you all in. Your ma's a slag. Sponsored by Coca-Cola. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for you, Darren. It's not because you're cancelled. It's because what fucking brand would want to be associated with a murderer turned schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic. Let's get it popping.
Well, I think
I'm cancelled in that space.
well,
Definitely.
The reason we changed the name of the podcast from Criminal Connection to Terrorist Dan Connection was because brands would be like, we don't really want to be associated with criminals. We don't want to be associated with crime. And
Well, he got 18 years for planning the murder. But if you're getting 18 years for your involvement in a murder, I think it's fair to say you can be classed as a murderer.
you know, it's very difficult. It's like if you was a brand and someone said to you, who do you want to be
Why has Hurricane Dave just randomly said, but all right, aye, for the kid?
talking about your brand?
He did that.
You wouldn't want somebody on the far right talking about it, or you wouldn't want a criminal talking about it. But if there was someone on the left, if you had a guy on the left that was dressed up, as a woman or was, didn't really have any opinions and was just very sort of safe, they go, do you know what, let's get them to do it. Or if you were famous, like you were an actor on TV or you was in a TV show, get them to do it because they're deemed as safe people. Because everyone is worried that, if they have an association with someone, people have stopped buying their products.
Yeah, if you mix with Tommy Robinson and you've got a business in London, well, then you're fucked.
Well, it's a bit like, if like HR, right, in a business, you'll have a HR. People have actually said to me, you've got...
All right, I don't think Darren's ever had a job, so he might not know what HR stands for.
Businesses. Like, in the old days, like, you could have a laugh, right? But if you say something in the office now, which somebody finds offensive, and they go to HR and says, that guy said...
You can lose your job.
I've got nice shoes on. They're going, well, why are you sexually harassing her? And it's like, but just said she had nice shoes on. I wasn't sexually harassing her. I'm just paying her a compliment. Or if you say, your hair looks nice...
I mean, granted, I was sniffing her seat when I said it, but
today. So you can't actually say anything to anybody
she wasn't on the seat.
now without
Yeah,
the
but
risk
at
of
the
somebody
same
getting
time,
upset.
if you said that to a straight woman, she wouldn't be offended.
What?
No, but they do. So literally, like, people now... I think what's happened
Right, but the point I'm making...
What? What?
The name of the podcast from Criminal Connection to Terrorist Dan Connection was because brands would be like, we don't really want to be associated with criminals. We don't want to be associated with crime. And it's very difficult. It's like, if you was a brand and someone said to you, who do you want to be talking about your brand? You wouldn't want somebody on the far right talking about it, or you wouldn't want a criminal talking about it. But if there was someone on the left...
They want safe people, big brands especially, want, multinational brands. They want safe people. It's almost on a much larger scale of why they teach barbers and hairdressers when they're doing their haircutting course to never mention religion or what's the other thing? Religion or politics. That's why a barber will say to you, where are you going on holiday? Are you going on holiday this year? Because it's a very, very, very safe, neutral question. It's not going to get a response like, oh, you going on holiday this year, mate? If you just said that to a straight woman, she wouldn't have been offended. What?
If you had a guy on the left that was dressed up, as a woman or was, didn't really have any opinions and was just very sort of safe, they go, do you know what, let's get them to do it. Or if you were famous, like you were an actor on TV or you was in a TV show, get them to do it because they're deemed as safe people. Because everyone is worried that, if they have an association with someone, people have stopped buying their products.
But if you mix with...
Well, what it is if we're living in an age now where anyone can post something and it can go viral. So let's say somebody gave Darren Gee a brand deal, right? That then opens that company up for press articles to say, and I'm just pulling a name out my arse here, right? Nando's supports and sponsors fucking convicted drug dealing murderer who runs around. Nando supports James English's stalker.
Tommy Robinson, and you've got a business in London. Well, then you.
Well, it's a bit like
I'd imagine at present, right, for Tommy Robinson, I'd imagine Darren Gee is the least of his fucking worries.
you know, like HR, right? In a business, you'll have a HR. People have actually said to me, who've got businesses, like in the old days, like you could have a laugh, right? But if you say something in the office now, which somebody finds offensive, and they go to HR and says, that guy
You
said,
can lose your job.
I've
can't
got
you?
nice shoes on. They're going, well, why are you sexually harassing her? And it's like, well, just since you had nice shoes on, I wasn't sexually harassing. I'm just paying her a compliment. Or if you say your hair looks nice today, so you can't actually say anything to anybody now without
Yeah,
the
but
risk
at
of
the
somebody
same
getting
time,
upset.
at the same time, if you said that to a straight woman, she wouldn't be offended.
Yeah, right, but now, hold on, you might be onto something here. He's just not explaining it very well. Most lesbians, I know, proper lesbians, not Pornhub lesbians. Pornhub lesbians and actual lesbians are two very different kettles of fish. Believe me. If I was to say to any of the lesbians I know, and I'm sorry if you are watching this, or hopefully we're 3 hours in. Chances are I'll be safe. Don't grass us right. If I was to say, oh, I like your hair, they'd definitely know I was megging them. Because all the lesbians I know have what's referred to up north as a short back and shields.
No, but they do. So literally, like people now.
No, pet. It's a wicked fade you've got there.
But I think what's happened
Right, but
is,
the point I'm making is, the point I'm making is, look, I'm a full-blown man. I've not had my manhood violated.
Right.
You can say mad shit at me and I won't get offended.
Has he just bragged that he's never been bummed? That's an odd flex. But I suppose when you're institutionalized to the prison system, it's a little bit of a flex.
right.
This man next to me who's being violated, you say the same shit to him and he's fucking crying. He's screaming his fucking head off over it. Why? Because something's gone wrong with them.
Right.
Now, if you say to a straight woman, they're lovely shoes, she'll take it as a compliment. You say that to a lesbian, next level fucking madness.
Do you know what's weird though?
Although some of the lesbians out do have some fucking naughty trainers, to be fair.
It's like, I think what's happened is that there's a lot of stuff on social media now.
I mean, they're basically wearing trainers made for men, but what they do is they're able to buy them in the kid sizes because they're actually women. Mad, that isn't it? Mad.
Where there's a lot of people saying, you know, you don't have to put up with this behaviour. You don't have to do this. You have to do that. And I feel like since COVID, like you was talking about this reset.
I mean, to be fair, I did say something to a lesbian once when I worked at BT, and she did make a complaint about us of a sexual nature. And I thought that, you know, it was her dirty mind that was making it sexual, because she said, oh, I was up late. Me last kept us up last night, really late last night. And all I said is, oh, can I smell your breath? That
feels
all
like everybody's been
Everyone got
told.
I was just having a laugh. I wasn't trying to be pervy.
Assimilated.
Everybody's been told, you know, you can't.
You can be what you want. Don't you worry about what anyone says.
But the flip side of that is,
No shame.
if you be what you want and we don't like it, then you're gonna.
Well, the only young generation lesbian I'm referring to that I'm aware of that's young looks like Whitty.
have a problem. So it's all that be whatever you want.
But that's what it used
But as
to
long
be.
as you fit in the box that they want
Exactly,
you to be.
yeah.
If
So
you don't,
I've not heard the term lipstick lesbians for a long time.
Years ago, Terry, we had this thing called shame.
right.
And if you walked out your house with a mad outfit on, you'd be shamed off your mates and you wouldn't wear that outfit ever fucking again.
Right.
If you walk down the street with your fucking pants hanging out and your ass hanging out, your boys would go, what are you doing? You're fucking wrong. And get your pants up. You'd be shamed. So people had sought themselves out through shame.
I don't think it's shamed. I would say megged. Oh, the shame you bring on my family for those lateral trainers is a bit far.
Right.
No, if you were
Although some of Danny's trainers are shame. Yeah, some of Danny's. Yeah, right. There is a level of garments that goes as low as shame.
Shame because you were dressed as, you wouldn't dress that way. Now, there's no shaming. Why? Because you got arrested for it.
Right.
So if I say to this man that's dressed like a, what the fuck are you dressed like that for, you soft c-? I'm committing an offence.
Right.
He's not being shamed.
But unless you know him, why are you talking to a stranger like that? That's bullying, that, Darren. I mean, there are ways for you to communicate that statement in a much friendlier way. There's no reason to be that aggressive.
That's why he's still dressing like that. If he would
I think Darren might be a closet homosexual.
have got shamed in public, look at you soft, how are you dressing? He would have went home, assessed himself, and not come out dressed as a woman ever again.
Well, this is how crazy the world's got, right?
Yeah.
So there was an article, and I read this. I think it was probably about a year ago, but somebody had walked down to the shops to get a loaf of bread or whatever it was, and they walked in the shops, and there was a guy there that was dressed up as a woman, right? And the guy's getting his bread and looked at the guy dressed as a woman. He didn't know if she was trans or she'd had the sex change or what, but it was a guy dressed up as a woman regardless. And he was like, "How you doing, darling?" But he wasn't taking the piss. He just went, "How you doing, darling?" And then she went, "What? Why are you calling me darling? Are you taking the piss?" And then rang the police and said, "Oh, this guy is taking a piss at me because I'm," and it turned out it was a man dressed up as a woman because I'm dressed up as a woman. So he then got arrested.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's sort of like,
Discrimination,
well, he didn't say anything wrong. He didn't say what you wear.
It's how she takes it.
Yeah. So
But
now,
it's how he
I don't think this happened, you know.
takes it.
so it's like if you say something online that people don't like, then all of a sudden you can have a problem because
The offence is created not when you've said shit. It's when someone takes it.
I mean, what's the world coming to when you can't set about an innocent transvestite? It's political correctness gone mad. You fucking for you.
It's offence.
But that's what I mean. You can, and this is the issue now. Everybody's been told they're entitled to be offended about anything. So if somebody says something to you that's offensive, if you work in a company now, and you say
Right, you've lost him there then.
anything that anybody
Get
gets offended,
well on the phone.
you could get suspended, you could get sacked, and I think the problem with that
Bakewell's not doesn't work at BKFC anymore.
is it might, especially with the kids. Like when I've still got one of my kids, he's just left sixth form, but my daughter's still at school, and she, it's like a minefield because they don't know what they're allowed to say. They're not allowed if they have to have an opinion.
And who's done that?
Well,
Who's
it's
done that to the kids?
education. It's the
Exactly,
education.
the school system. The school system's f***ing the children up. The school system are giving them a confused mind when they leave school. They don't know what the fuck they're meant to be doing, the kids these days. Why? The school's gone political.
I
The
think
school's political now.
You didn't even know what you were doing when you got out of jail. When you got 18 years and you made a 10-year plan, and your 10-year plan was to not do something anymore. Then your next 10-year plan was to get rich in that, innit?
politically
But
correct.
you go into any fucking school, you've got posters up for LGBTQ in the hall.
How the fuck do you know what you doing in schools? I'll wait.
What the fuck's that about? You've got Labour, you've got Conservative,
Probably they put his L5 Alive posters up, wasn't he?
you've got this, you got that, you got that. So when your kids are going into school now, they're getting dragged into spaces before they've even left school. They're developing ideologies.
Well, I think the problem is what it's causing, and this is just
Can you develop an ideology?
as a parent. This is my opinion. What it's doing is
It's a shift in consciousness.
there's too much stuff.
It's a shift
too
in
much
consciousness.
information.
Everyone's confused.
Well, I think it's just too much information and too much stuff. And there's things that I think children should know about, and I think there's things that children shouldn't know about. And I think when children get to a certain age, when it's right, then they should be told these things.
If you can't teach the kids the basics without getting told off by the government, how the fuck are you meant to teach them? And what's the basics? Man,
What the fuck you want for your ass?
woman, child, nuclear family. That's the only way it works. That's the basics of life. You can't say that. Why? Because you're a homophobe or you're fucking this or you're that. When in reality, you're speaking the fucking truth here.
But the thing is, you're
There's a big difference, though, right, Darren? There's a big difference, in my opinion, anyway. in encouraging your children to grow up to want a nuclear family. Because let's be honest, right? If, this is just a fact, if we get to a point where the percentage of gay people on the planet, gays, lesbians, basically anything that doesn't reproduce, technically we're heading towards the end of the human race. I don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime. And I think these things tend to swing one way and then swing back the other. So, which I think is how Darren was when he was in jail. But there's a big difference between saying, you need a, you're gonna grow up. If you're gonna get, grow up, or what do you want to do? What do you want to? I want to. I don't know what she's gonna say. I want to change my name to Kev. Grow a beard, mom. You can get these tablets, right? They make you grow a beard in that, and then you can get some like fucking out of now. I think it's pork offal, and they sew it on, and then you can have a fucking bit of a owl cock in that. All right. Nothing wrong with encouraging that, right? But it's very, very, very different to the statement of any man. What did he say? Any man that has taken it up the wrongin', basically. Well, any man that's been bummed has been is he's no longer you said he's no longer a man. That's what you said, right? And then every time since then you mentioned somebody and your interactions with somebody who's not straight, your whole demeanor has changed, like you're about to have a fight with somebody just in a memory. They're two different things, right?
You're absolutely allowed to have your own opinion, and nobody should be telling you off for that.
Exactly. But you do, that's what I'm saying. So the way they're containing freedom of...
I've been with people before, several people in the past. I mean, no one recently, but like friends of people you don't know that well. And I've seen somebody gay, somebody who's blatantly gay, walk past them. The gay person didn't even look at them. They were just having a little mince through town. And the person, on a couple of occasions, this has happened in various different places, and the person I'm with, right, has pretty much lost that temper, that angry. And I just don't know what that's about. I'm like, I don't understand why it upsets you. Like, not a gay man trying it on with him, or a gay man flirting with him, or and not even eye contact with a gay, just the existence of a gay person. Literally, I'm like, are you all right, bruv?
Speech is through social media.
Right.
So what we'll do, you'll start your profile up, you'll start making a little bit of money on it, you're being yourself, you've got your morals intact, you've got the truth intact, you're speaking the way you want to speak. All of a sudden, you've been on social media for a year, you've said something. Because you're making money off your social media, you've had a warning for using a word. Now you're thinking, shit, I can't use that word because I won't get paid. So without you understanding it, the guidelines on social media is a strategy and a tactic to reduce your freedom of speech. And what you don't realize is the longer you're on your...
No, Darren. They're practically one and the same for me. One of them's just a little bit better. What's the word I'm looking for? A little bit more eloquently speaking, but the context of what they're saying is the same kind of dog shit. Oh, fuck, my mind's gone blank now. What do you say? Been on here a while, haven't we?
Won't get paid.
Yes. We have freedom of speech. What you've just described there is you want freedom of consequences for that speech. But again, social media is paying you from ad rev. And the same as any other business, right? Unless you're selling, unless you're advertising, I don't know, a short run of certain T-shirts that Kanye West designed last year, you're probably not going to want to be associated with people that are homophobic.
So without you understanding it, the guidelines on social media is a strategy and a tactic to reduce your freedom of speech. And what you don't realise...
Remember, I see a friend. I'll just tell you who it is. Doesn't matter. You're not going to do it, is he? Guy called Double G. It's a rapper from up here. I've worked with him in various circumstances here and there over the years in terms of I've produced music for him. I've shot music videos with him. Years later, we've been on the same gigs as each other and stuff like that. So I still do the occasional rap gig now, you know, but I don't tell you a lot on it. I think there's a tiny little clip in one of me vlogs, one of me more recent vlogs of us doing one of me rap gigs. But if one comes up, and the money's there, I'm like, yeah, go on, I'll do it. So I enjoy them. So I seen Double G, and I had a conversation with him one night, and what it was is when the gay part of Newcastle City Centre, we'd been to a battle event. It was me. If anybody watched Don't Flop, right? There was Double G, Definition, and Zeus. And we got a taxi from this rap battle event, South Shields. We got dropped off right in the middle of where the City of Life is in Newcastle because we were going to Gotham Town or whatever it was called. So we gets out the taxi. Now, Double G doesn't... In fact, we weren't in the gay part of town, but we weren't far from it. Double G, I didn't know, one of the most homophobic people I've ever met in my entire life. So some random, what just looked like some random guy came running over to Definition. Definition is his rap name, right? Not his real name. Came running over to give Def a hug. It was... as the closer he got, looking at Def, so like, oh, yeah... It was clearly, to anybody paying any attention, one of his friends. Double G pushed the kid as he got close. In Definition, who's somewhat of a nerd, well, he runs a YouTube channel now called Heavy Spoilers. I think they're on something like 1.5 million subscribers, and he does reviews of like Marvel films and stuff, and Star Wars and stuff like that. He's a proper nerd, but Definition, just from nowhere, hooked Double G in the stomach and winded him. Double G went down like a sack of shit. Now, my friend's flat is in the gay part of Newcastle, just over the road from where we were. I was like, yeah, I'll take him away. I don't know what's fucking going on here. So I've got back. I've got a key for my friend's flat, so I just let me in. We've gone in, grabbed a couple of cans, sat down. I was like, what the fuck was that all about? Because to me, it just looked like he'd punched Definition's pal, and was about to fight him for absolutely fucking nothing. And that's not the vibe when we go out. And he was like, I fucking hate them, me. And I went, eh? And I still didn't click on what was going on. And he was like, can't fucking stand them. And I was like, do you know what I'm like? And he was like, no, man, the F slur, right? And I went, is he gay, like? And he went, of course he's man in that part of town. He came running over, man. He just thought he could just touch Definition. Yeah, if I ran up to a lass and did that. And I went, I think it was his friend, you know. And then Double G went on a rant about how much he hates gay people for the next 20 minutes. So I did what any good friend would do and got my phone out and hit record on the voice notes. And I was saying to him stuff like, and I was going, right, okay. I was trying to get an explanation. I said, right, so right, okay, but why'd you dislike them? I hate them. Okay, why'd you hate them? And I would literally, like, I've heard this recording 100 times because one of the funniest things I've ever done in my life. I make them for about 20 minutes. I hate them. Okay, then why do you hate them? I've never liked them. Okay, but why don't you just like them? Can't stand them. It's like, right, okay, listen to the question, why? Like, I just fucking don't. And then he come out, one of the weirdest things I've ever heard an adult man say in my entire life. Came out with this statement, right, fucking funny, linking the funny, because he's from Morgan, he drove. Funny, right, linking somebody else with a funny, that's fine, but a fucking, this is his words, not mine, but a fucking sausage shouldn't go up a fucking bloke's arsehole. And he looked like he was going to cry. So, you know, I went further into it, and he was like, yeah, man, me and me pals, we used to go to the gay part of town after Icon on a Saturday night. We used to go and gay bashing. We just walk up to any of them, just punch them in the back of the head. I was like, that's a fucking full-on punching a stranger in the back of the head for nothing is a full-on hate crime. I was like, this is escalated quickly. What the fuck's going on here? And then I was begging him to fuck me, right? So I'm going, right. So, bear in mind, I know I'm recording him. He doesn't. So I was like, right, who's one of the hardest mutual friends we've got, right? And I thought, well, actually, he's in this chat. He's not tonight, but he comes in under Hybrid Street Cartel. I won't say his real name. Said, so if Hybrid Street Cartel turned around to one night, he said, Quaddy, we call Double G Quaddy. The reason we call him Quaddy is because our nickname for him was the Quad Father, because he has 4 quadruple babies. He's last had quads, right? This is relevant to the story now. I'll skip forward to this bit. In fact, no, we'll put a pin in it. We'll put a pin in the quads babies, right? Because their names are important. So I was like, let's say Hybrid Street Cartel turned around to one night and he said, yeah, look, I need to tell you something. I'm gay, and I just want to know, if there's any like chance of me and you getting together, or having a little man wriggle or something. I was like, what would you do? He's like, well, I couldn't do it out there. He was like, but I'd fucking come back the next day and I'd shoot his knees off, right? Now, I've already sent that voice clip to fucking Hybrid Street Cartel, because if there's one thing you can guarantee me to do when I'm megging somebody, is also grass them to me other mates, because then I can watch the Rick, right? So not only does he not like gays, now he's threatened to shoot somebody that would wipe the floor with him. And then what's the other thing he said? Right, he's going, I was at this party, right? I went in. Honestly, I can hear his voice saying it in my head. I was at this party, right? I couldn't play it because it is, the unedited version is textbook hate speech. I was at this party, right, in Durham, right? And one of them come in. Oh, it's weird. They normally move in packs, right? A gaggle of gays. We'll call them a gaggle. So it wasn't a gaggle. Or a gag of gays. Came in and he said, so I came in with these other lads and I was like, so how did you know he was gay? And he was like, because he had the proper gay voice, didn't he? He's like, and he's like, and he was doing this impression of a gay person. And I was like, I know what he means. The guy was acting camp. And he was like, and one of my mates came over and he was like, oh, I want you to meet such and such. And I was like, I don't want to meet him. I don't want to fucking meet him. And he was like, why not? And he was like, he's fucking gay, isn't he? He was like, well, yeah, so what? Just want to introduce you to a friend. We had a house party together. Nah. Right? He was like, and then I found out, right, that this kid's father was a police constable in Durham, right? So he's a F word and a grass. And in my eyes, what is it? The only thing worse than a paraphrase, the only thing worse than a gay is a grass. And I thought, I've never heard somebody's sexuality be compared to being a grass before. It's wild, right? And I was like, so what did you do? Did you fucking kick them all over? And he went, no. I just went to the toilet by myself. And I was just like, I was winding myself up. I was like, I'm going to get the ashtray and I'm going to fucking do this room. I'm going to do that. And I went, so a gay bloke, bearing in mind he's thick as fuck. He did, to this day, he doesn't know I'm megging him. But I'm megging him even more. I haven't got an audience, but I know I'm recording it. So I was like, so you're telling me that a gay guy came in the party. So you went to the toilet by yourself to think about the things you were going to do to him. And he's going, aye. Right? And then, right, a little penny dropped in my head. He's got quad kids. This is the end of it. Because when he left, he had tears in his eyes. I'm not making this up. If you want to Google the kids' names, I'm going to give you the kids' first names. It's all right. They're called something else now, as they were adopted, taken off them by social services, adopted, given completely new identities some time ago now. But the article of when the quads were born is still there. And it's got their first names in. And the names were, bear in mind, his name's, it's called Double G, not because he's a massive tit, because his name's Gary Gorman, but we call him the Quad Father. got quads and he thinks he's a gangster, right? And so Gary Jr., there's 3 boys, 1 girl. Gary Jr., Amelia Lily is the girl's name, right? Because Amelia Lily had just been on X Factor that year. So obviously they named a child after her. And the other 2 are called Ronnie and Reggie. And I took great delight in pointing out that he hates gay men that much, and he named 2 of his children after them. And the thick twat had never stopped to realise. He just thought, gangster, twins. I'm going to have to show you a little bit of Double G's music quickly, actually, to put things into context. Double G, it's spelled double, but without the O. So it's Double G pronounced. Big Carl. This is a song called Fuck Big Carl. I'll not go into how Hybrid Street Cartel encouraged him to become a rapper. I'll let him do that. I've done this before. I'm not going to play the whole thing.
Here's a little diss about Big to the Carl. Never make a rapper, never be the pal. Heard you telling Dab that you thought I was fake. Big to the Carl, massive mistake. Now I'm gonna show you how to murder that make. This is Double G, it's a diss, not a lake. When I'm on the mate, you can call me Ruthless G. When you're on the mate, I'll call you Calorie. Your flow is shit, you can't even spit.
Fucking chicken book I never had knee,
I mean, who the fuck would guard with that? Big red cheese, shit flow, fat crack. The rhymes that you spit ain't got no twang. Bet you put your belt on with a boomerang. Some people know me as Gorminator. I bet your belt size is called an equator. Ask about me in any part of town. Feedback on you, it takes a week to turn around.
Oh, I love the chorus. And then we'll turn off the chorus.
Now we're gonna talk about the size of your legs. For fuck's sake, you've hammered bricks. Now I know you're not a man of pleasure. You've got red cheeks, that's a high blood pressure. That comes from being far too fat. Big to the Carl, just be Double G slap.
Slap. Right, let's get back to this podcast.
You're on your phone.
That was a form of a dance break. I quite like story time.
More control taken of your speech. Right. Have you noticed it yourself?
Well, I've
You probably don't chat shit.
I found,
know what I mean? So you don't get the warnings.
But I do. What I've found is that when you're online,
I'm sorry, right? They would wear them like a glove in Compton or Chicago. Well, that's not actually true, because 15 years ago, Ross Kemp did a documentary on Double G. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is.
This is Los Angeles in the state of California, the 7th richest economy on the planet. It's famous for its thriving film and television industries, and it's home to the stars.
Here's a little rap about me, the Double G. None of your fuckers gonna keep up with me, cause me lyrics are fresh, me flow is hot. Just like Tupac, I may get shot.
But it's also infamous for being the gang capital of the world. Last year, there was a gang-related murder every other day. And last month, February 2008, there were just under 2,000 violent crimes committed.
There once was a boy that was chasing the dragon. He got into shoplifting, his name was Darren. Then he got into aggravated burglaries, which soon became aggravated robberies. Then he had a brainstorm, he's brain from the back. Next thing you know, the kid sells smack. Now he's thinking life will be better. Now he sells smack, he's thinking free pepper. But in the game, you always get grass from a friend, a relative, or an ex-lass.
For generations, the Bloods and the Crips have fought for control of the streets here. But it would appear there's been a change in the balance of power. The Latino gangs are on the rise, and I've come here to meet them.
Since I was a youth, all I knew was how to hustle. Blow and making money, now I'm fucking gaining muscle. The payback come fast, so do the bitches. Watch you go from nothing, call it rags to riches. Then all of a sudden this year they let you in shit. Double GD, don't ever trust no bitch.
Gang members, are very territorial, and they, want to show people that they're from a gang, and they wear stuff would show that. Now this red hat right here would be for a blood gang. The W stands for West Side.
Ye fucking nah, ye fucking nah. You know, bitch.
You have to operate under the
And
guidelines.
now back to
Exactly.
scheduled
If you don't,
programming.
and operating under the guidelines is reducing your speech.
Yeah.
That's it.
And
What
it
the
used to-
guidelines are for,
and it
just to
u-
correct your speech.
But it's a bit like X, right?
All guidelines of social media platforms are all to do with your speech, nothing else.
100%. And the thing that I thought was mad, when Elon Musk bought Twitter and changed it to X, and then he said, "Oh, if you want to use this platform, you have to pay. You can use it basically free, but obviously if you use it basically,
No, you're paying to speak freely.
But this is the other thing, like there's levels. So if you have
You can speak free on him, but the minute you start speaking about me and Trump, well, then you can't.
I mean, I think what's going to happen with social media, and again, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. I think that they're going to get to a point where they say to everybody, you can be on here looking at stuff and you can post stuff, but if you want people to see your stuff, you got to pay. So I think they're going to start doing that sort of pay-as-you-go type model, like what Elon Musk is doing, because if you pay for the top thing, which is, I think,
Well, it's the
20
same
quid a
with you,
month.
and it's like, if you want to watch your powerful content, do you need to pay?
Well, the thing is, they don't at the moment on YouTube, but I'm sure at some point.
Well,
in
they
the
do,
future,
don't. They only buy a subscription.
No.
Why?
But the thing is, I think
So when you get a subscriber, is he not?
So I heard a couple of days ago that Double G's got into trouble for something extremely questionable involving underage lasses, but that's not been confirmed yet, and I haven't looked into it. So I'd imagine if that's true, he's got more on his plate than a Danny G beef.
Paying customer?
no. So when they subscribe, this is a mad thing about online, whether they're followers or subscribers. They're not paying, right? And then we never know. Like you could be one of my subscribers, but I don't know. It might come up Darren Gee if you send me a message, but I can't actually see. I can't message my subscribers.
Yeah. So on Instagram, where you can go look at all your followers,
Yeah.
you can't do that on YouTube.
On YouTube. And the thing is, you can't directly message people and YouTube send out the notifications. And then what they do is, if they send out a notification, this is on, and not enough people click on it, they don't send it to the other people. So it's really
What
weird.
it is with YouTube, the money made on YouTube is the hours watched. So you can have 1 million followers, but you're only getting 20,000 hours watched a year.
Yeah, but you're not going to get anything. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when I was on YouTube, I had to have like 25,000 followers, but I'd be getting like 750,000 views, hours watched. So it's the money comes from your
Well,
hours.
was it 750,000 views, or was it 3/4? Well, it wasn't 750,000 fucking hours watched, was it?
watched.
Watching Darren trying to explain something he clearly doesn't understand is even better than the conscious mind is asleep when you are shagging your wife because of the job that cycle that you are in. The gay man is no longer a male.
Makes sense.
Point is monetized. Because you need
Or if your
people to
channel, if your
advertise.
platform's monetized,
Yeah. If it's
well,
not
then
monetized, then you get nothing. You just get people watching.
you just get none. You just get the awareness, don't you?
But I think there's a lot. There's a lot of content on YouTube which isn't monetized, and it is normally to do with the fact that you haven't
Man, like raw burger bands.
followed the guidelines.
Exactly.
And it's the same on Instagram, you know.
Same. The whole purpose of social media is to control the speech. That's it. And everyone's on
Fuck off, Darren.
social media now, so they're getting the same punishments and the same restrictions. They'll say, "Oh, I can't do this no more because I'll lose me £300 I'm making on Instagram each month. So I can't say this word.
Instagram doesn't have a monetization program, Darren.
I can't be honest about this. I can't be honest about that." So everyone's getting controlled through social media. They're using social media as a way of containing your speech and allowing speech.
Right.
Isn't it?
It is crazy. I mean, the whole thing is mad.
I mean, bearing in mind as well, right? This is Darren on a podcast that's been edited by Terry Stone to keep it so that he gets the maximum monetization from it. And some of the stuff he said on here, you can see if he was by himself, he would have gotten more into it and gotten more and more and more into hate speech. So God knows what he's like if you watch a full live of his. No wonder he got demonetized. You just can't do it. If you want to come on YouTube and talk about that stuff, you can do it, but you won't make much money from it, if anything, in the long run.
But what can you do? You've just got to move
You can go on to X.
the times, like
You can open your window and shout about how much you hate gay people if you really want to.
if you don't, you get left behind. And this is what this assimilation is. You know, it's a voluntary one, or you can decline it. I've declined.
You could burn some DVDs and just hand them out. Are you talking about how much you hate the old huggles?
Assimilating to anything.
Can you imagine that? Just walk out. I do watch this when you get home, mate. I'm having DVD player for 12 AM and you fucking idiot.
I'm watching loads of people being assimilated to
It's USB now. USB. James English has got a USB. I'm on to you.
mad shit. They're becoming gay and everything due to the assimilations. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not involved with it. I'm just doing my own fucking thing moving forward, mate.
Yeah.
I'm screaming unity, trying to get all you
Get rich or die lying.
free thinkers. Because that's who I'm trying to. The ones that are thinking freely, you need to jump in the middle, start screaming unity is key, and get all these blind people to start thinking freely with us. Because that's it's mind control en masse in this country.
Well, what you've just really described is mind control. You want everybody to shout the exact same statement, and those of you that those that don't agree with it, you want everybody to come together and convince them otherwise. That's mind control as well.
And every space is a mind control space. So the left, that's mind control. The right, mind control. Do you understand what I'm saying? Serious?
I mean, it's funny because as an independent person, I think there's some good things about the left. I think there's some good things about the centre. There's some good things about the right. So if someone said, "What are you?" I'd say I'm a bit of everything because there's some things on the left that you think's fucking stupid, but there's some things on the right that you think fucking stupid. So there's things that you just go, you know.
But that talks about the spaces being filled up with people that don't belong there. But there's only 2 spaces available. So you're hearing all mad shit come out of these spaces because
Is he having fucking flashbacks to being in Asda car park or something? What's he talking about?
people don't belong there.
Right.
Like the majority in the right wing, they don't belong there, but it's the only space for them to voice their anger and the frustrations. So they're going there. But the real identity in there is the top stage, and how they feel and how they believe is fucking wrong. It does nothing but divide us. Tommy Robinson, they do nothing. Tommy Robinson's whole job for this system and this establishment for 20 years is to divide us. Nothing else. Think about it, Terry. You're a man. You're a full-blown man. You're fucking deep. You're a man, right? If you're doing your
Thanks for clarifying that.
podcasting and some girl contacts you and goes, "These 6 men have done this horrendous shit to me. They've been doing it for years and they still walk around this to do." What are you going to do as a man?
Obviously, get her on a podcast to talk about it and monetize the death out of it.
I mean,
As a man, what would you do?
There's 2 options.
Well, let's stick to the man option.
There's definitely more than 2 options. I mean, the first thought option I could ask is ask if she's got any videos of it. No.
Oh, the man.
Hello, William.
As a dad, what are you doing if a young girl comes to you and says, these men down there have been doing this horrendous shit with me? What are you doing as a man?
Probably going to end up in jail.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Right.
If any girl came to me and said, these 8 fucking men down there have been doing horrendous shit, I'm ballying up and dealing with it. I'm not getting a camera and going, hey, look what the Muslims have done to these girls. I'm dealing with the fucking perpetrators. Why? Because I'm a man. What did that shithouse do? What's he done for 20 years? Has there been any action from him in 20 years other than screaming his fucking mouth off and bailing out the country when it gets hot and bothered? He's nothing but a divisionalist. He hasn't got the heart or the interests of the English people in this country with him. He's doing what he's doing for foreign allegiances. He's not doing fuck all for this country other than creating division. Now look, we've got Christian communities, we've got Muslim communities. We're hearing about these grooming gangs, but I'm not going to sit here and allow right-wing shitheads like that to call thousands of people who I respect and appreciate nonsense and child groomers, because they're fucking not. That's like getting Chelsea Football Club and you've had one rapist in there and saying the whole of Chelsea Football Club's a fucking rapist. You can't do it. And
Fucking Chelsea Football Club on the register.
if you've experienced certain people, you know not all Muslims are like that yourself, don't you?
Listen, I think.
Look,
as I
depending
said
on
earlier,
what level you're on, Terry.
as I said, there's bad people
Exactly.
in everywhere.
That. But what you can't do is generalize or stereotype a full population on the back of the bad. Like if you've got an apple cart and there's 6 apples that are bad, you're not going to throw the full fucking cart in the bin. You're going to get rid of the 6, aren't you?
Fuck's he want a cart of apples for? What the fuck are you talking about? Where does his brain find these, what's the word? I'm getting tired now, like I have been on for 3 hours and 40 minutes. These little like comparisons, antidotes, what's the word? Metaphors.
And that's the way it should be. You can't say all black men are this.
Yeah, I think
black man.
I think one of the.
Well, I mean, you can say what you want.
I think one of the
But somebody's not going to like it.
problems with that Rotherham stuff was
the fact they were targeting white girls.
well, no, I think the big problem was that when it was brought to the attention of the authorities didn't want to be seen to be racist, so they tried to
No,
shut
that's
it
bullshit.
up. So
that's bullshit. We're nothing to do with.
So why? Because the thing that the first time that
the reason.
Come on, Terry. Shut up, man, will you, Terry? We want to hear Darren's made-up version.
The reason the real politicians covered it up is because they were fucking rent boys. And your Pakistani gangsters that were supplying the...
What, you mean they were fucking rent boys, as in they were shagging rent boys, or they all used to be rent boys, or both? Look at his face there. Whoa, he looks fresh over fucking raw burger pants. AI video there. Oh, that's a thumbnail. Is it not? Oh, shit, I pressed the wrong button. Where were we? I've lost my place. Like a proper bell end.
It's already been out.
Because I thought that
It's already
tried to
been
go
out.
like that.
No, it's already been brought to the head by this some woman who's been doing it for 20 years. You got
As an independent person, I think there's some good things about the left. I think there's some good things about the centre.
That's the point I'm making. Right. For the interests of the English people in this country with him. He's doing what he's doing for foreign allegiances. He's not doing fuck all for this country other than creating division. Now, look, we've got Christian communities, we've got Muslim communities. We're hearing about these grooming gangs, but I'm not going to sit here and allow right-wing shitheads like that to call thousands of people who I respect and appreciate nonsense and child groomers, because they're fucking not. That's like getting Chelsea Football Club and you've had one rapist in there and saying the whole of Chelsea Football Club's a fucking rapist. You can't do it. And if you've experienced certain people, you know not all Muslims are like that yourself, don't you?
Listen, I think.
Look, depending on
did he just say, if you know Muslims yourself, you know some that aren't rapists? That's basically what he just said.
What level you're on, Terry?
As I said, there's bad people in everywhere.
That. But what you can't do is generalize or stereotype a full population on the back of the bad. Like if you've got an apple cart and there's 6 apples that are bad, you're not going to throw the full fucking cart in the bin. You're going to get rid of the 6, aren't you? And that's the way it should be. You can't say all black men are this.
Yeah, I think
black man.
I think one of the problems
You could say all black men are black.
with that Rotherham stuff was
the fact they were targeting white girls.
well, no, I think the big problem was that when it was brought to the attention of the authorities
This is where
didn't want to be seen to be racist, so they tried to
No,
shut
that's
it
bullshit.
up. So
That's bullshit. We're nothing to do with.
so why? Because the thing that the first time.
I presumed, and I've got very little information on what's happened and why. I just presumed that what police were perhaps trying to do, wrongly in my opinion, is to stop it becoming well known, so that basically the British people didn't fucking start murdering, rioting, and fucking burning houses. That, like, you know what I mean? I think they were trying to stop mass uproar. But you can't do that with stuff like that. You know what I mean? You can't turn a blind eye to shit like that. I mean, a security guard once saw me pal, right, blatantly pick up a pair of, was it regatta gloves, put them in his pocket, just shook his head and let him walk off, let him walk out of the shop with them. You can turn it, right? But not graping kids, no.
The reason the real politicians covered it up is because they were fucking rent boys. And your Pakistani gangsters that were supplying the heroin, first of all, when he came into the country, the local gangsters were getting the heroin off these local Pakistani gangsters that bring it with them.
Right.
The politicians at that time were getting blackmailed by your street gangsters, your Liverpool gangsters that are born and bred in Liverpool. They're getting blackmailed. Why? Because they're getting rent boys. Your politicians, they're all with rent boys, your politicians. And in the 80s and 90s, criminals in the city of Liverpool.
So all of the politicians. What about the female politicians?
Liverpool would have politicians in the pocket. Why? Because they've got...
Would they? I'll tell you what, that would be a party trick and a half, wouldn't it? Watch this one, right? Right, nothing in my hand, right? Look, pocket's empty. Put your hand in your pocket. Look, Tony Blair, that would be a bell at that.
Contents of them with a rent boy. Now, you've got the immigration kick and you've got these Pakistani fellas coming in. And when they've come in, they've brought high-grade heroin with them. So now your gangsters in your communities are now going to my man in the corner shop and getting the best fucking thing you can get. So this man in the shop now is becoming a gangster with the local fraternity.
Right.
The gangster in the corner shop now, who's connected to the local fraternity, is aware of these politicians doing rent boys.
Right.
So now my man's got the politician in his pocket. So he's doing what the fuck he wants to young...
So like a Polly Pocket politician.
Girls. And the only reason the politician's not screaming about it is because he's a fucking himself.
Because
Nothing to do with race. They covered it up. Why? Because a big part of it was the...
So is he saying that the politicians covered it up? They were just like, let them crack on. We do that as well.
Politicians knowing what was going on because they were corrupted by these firms.
Because a lot of the...
Nothing to do with race, mate.
But why were the street gangs, right, that were blackmailing the politicians, why were the street gangs also helping cover up the grape gangs? That doesn't make any sense to me. Because, I mean, even your naughtiest criminals tend not to be too fond of people that buck kids.
No, because
They're saying it's race. We want to prevent racial tensions in the country. We didn't want to create division. The division's there. They've created the division. So why the fuck you want to hide that again?
I mean, I heard that there was the police have been contacted, that the local council people have been contacted. So it was like everybody was telling everybody there was a problem, but nothing was getting done.
But it's who they're telling.
But someone told me that
if you go to an and tell that I've got a problem here, what do you think he's going to can do. If you've got a local MP and he's got a fetish for boys and the local gangsters have got him in the pocket and you go to him and go, I want to complain about these gangsters, do you think he's going to take it on?
I mean, is that what you think happened, or is that
which?
But the reason I'm asking is because my understanding was that the police were informed, the councils were informed, everyone.
All right. Well, let's when you're speaking about councils and police, let's go back to the 80s and 90s. What was your police officers like?
Oh, they'd be on top. You
brutal,
stand up straight.
Horrible bastards.
You stand up straight.
Brutal, horrible bastards. Now you look at the police today. What have you got? You've got your nan, you've got your auntie, you've got your sister, all on the front line. You look at the front line police, and who have you got? You haven't got the big, burly, horrible copper, have you? You've got your nana, you've got your uncle. And why have they done that? It's so when these protests kick in, the first thing you're seeing is someone that resembles your fucking mum, and it halves your aggression instantly. Now, if you had
what? I need to hear that again.
The police were informed, the councils were informed, everyone.
All right, well, let's when you're speaking about councils and police, let's go back to the 80s and 90s. What was your police officers like?
Oh, they'd be on top. You
brutal,
stand up straight.
Horrible bastards.
You stand up straight.
Brutal, horrible bastards. Now you look at the police today. What have you got?
Yeah, but it depends what side of the law you're on as well. There would be, if you're a career criminal, you're always going to dislike the police, regardless of how they act.
You've got your nan, you've got your auntie, you've got your sister, all on the front line. You look at the front line police, and who have you got? You haven't got the big, burly, horrible copper, have you? You've got your nana, you've got your uncle.
We're fucking PC. Me nanas are at fucking grass. Oh, yeah.
And why have they done that? It's so when these protests kick in, the first thing you're seeing is someone that resembles your fucking mum, and it halves your aggression instantly. Now, if you had the old school coppers on that,
I'll tell you what, my aggression doesn't half right when I'm almost guaranteed to win a fight I haven't even gotten to yet. I'd brick me nana clean in the head before I'd brick a big brick shit house fucking all day long. Whack, soz nana, dafty.
Front line, you would be having clashes instantly. Instantly. Do you understand that the policing's different? So when you're talking about police back then,
sorry, at least so what you're saying is the local police riot squad, you can't smash their teeth out because they haven't got any anyway.
Police back then, all of it corrupt. Not just one or two, all of it. It only switched up when it
oh, Darren lad, you're full of shit.
Redesigned itself. Do you get what I'm saying?
Do you seriously, you need section?
I'm saying most police forces were full of brutal ex-military men.
Right.
All police forces back in the day, you didn't get a woman. It was only when the new ways came that you started getting women police.
Right, okay, so he's also massively, what's the word I'm looking for? Misogynistic.
Is that what I'm saying to you?
Because what I'm, and again, this is just, and the reason I'm
now, so far we've learned that Darren doesn't like pretty much anyone other than white men. But there's a lot of white men he doesn't like as well. Any white man that knows who James English is, you can fuck clean off. You're not a man anymore. Have you watched one of his podcasts, have you? What? Oh, but you weren't watching it for James English. You were watching it because you really like Mike Skinner from the streets. Aye. On to you.
asking about this because I'm interested in it. When the Rotherham grooming gangs thing happened, obviously it went on for years. Parents said that they reached out to all these different people, and people had obviously come across Tommy Robinson and contacted him and said, "Look, this is what's going on," right? And then when the court case happened, when they finally got these people and brought them to justice, obviously they didn't want to report on it. So there was nothing in the press or the media.
Something similar happened in Newcastle. I can remember a few years ago, there was what sounded to me very much like, it's not how it was described in the tiny little column it got in the local paper. I didn't see it. I don't think it got any national press, but what happened was there was what sounded very much to me like a textbook description of a Muslim grooming gang. Had grip some young lass from up here, and they'd put some specific flag around her while they were doing it and videoed it, and that the flag was very relevant to the religion or something like that anyway. And they got done for that. And like, unless somebody like showed you, and I don't think it was on the website of the newspaper. It was, but apparently, it was stipulated, but it was something put into existence by the judge that they were allowed to only report on it minimalistically, and they weren't allowed to say this, and they weren't allowed to say that, and they weren't. So it did appear like they were protecting the grapists. It was insane. But at the same time, right, the police did their job. They got them. They arrested them. They're in jail. Good. I mean, not good it happened to start with, but good they got them. Had they have hammered that out in the press, then there's a high chance there would have been riots up here. So I kind of get that, but that was just a one-off incident that I'm aware of anyway. It wasn't going on for years and years and years and years and years. Nothing was ever done about it. But still do I shine that.
About it. But then when
that's the cover up.
Tommy went outside the court and was literally reading out the names, saying this is what's been going on. So he's kind of exposed them online. But the thing is, if he hadn't have done that, there wouldn't have been anybody. It would have probably just all been brushed under the carpet.
No, because it had already been out.
Because I thought that
it's already
tried
been
to go
out.
like that.
No, it's already been brought to the head by this some woman who'd been doing it for 20 years. You got a woman from up north that's been doing
Was
it.
Was she the police officer?
She used to be a police officer. Yeah.
That was the woman because that's what I mean. Because she sort of stepped.
Well, she's the one that exposed it all, and then because it was a Muslim thing, Robinson's latched onto it. The only reason he's latched onto that grooming thing to target the Islamic community. Now, it's good that he's screaming white girls shouldn't be getting injured, but when you're using this shit to target Muslims, it's a different concept. It's a different perception of things altogether. He's went out, deliberately used the trauma of these young girls to amplify his hatred towards the Muslim community. Now, if it was, he'd come out and go, it's this particular type of Muslim.
But didn't he get put in jail for that though?
No, we got put in jail because he videoed this. I don't even know. I don't even read into him that much.
Yeah, because I thought that when he went outside the court and started reading the names out.
This is how Stephen Yaxley came into my life, mate. I'm going through madness on YouTube, and I've had this mad set of emails from the Guardian newspaper asking me for me WhatsApp, me email, this. They want to get me to the London offices. So they want to interview me in London in these offices. So I'm thinking it's all real. So I speak on YouTube about these emails I've got. And apparently, loads of people have been getting the recorded and hacked. And when they've been hacked, they've had these same things I've got. So I've discussed it on social media. I got a message off Tommy Robinson about these emails. Can you send us them to have a look at them? Now I shot Para. I thought these are the ones that are trying to cancel me because I'm with Muslims. So whenever I said, fuck off, you're not getting nothing, jogged them on. Never heard of him since. But from that day on, he's been coming at me behind the scenes, Tommy Robinson. So when you hear me screaming about Tommy Robinson and he keeps his mouth shut on me, there's reasons for it. It's not because I'm after click. It's not about that. It's because I'm the only decent white kid from within our communities that's willing to stand up and tell him he doesn't represent us. Every Englishman, every Scottishman, every Welshman, and every Irishman in this country, 95% of us, he doesn't represent us. The media have put him on a pedestal like he's the face of the white Englishman. BBC have put him on a pedestal like he represents Christianity in this country. The only became a Christian 6 months ago when he got out of Woodhill. All of a sudden, he's the face of Christianity in this country. And what's coming out of his mouth? Christians hate Muslims now. Can you not see what they've done? The whole thing is to cause civil unrest between the Muslim community and the Christian community. That's why you've got him proclaiming he's a Christian now. Why? Because if he's a Christian, screaming horrendous things towards all Muslims in this country, he calls them all radicals. There's no difference between a decent man and a nut with him.
Right. I've got such a mixed. I mean, you know, if I actually put all my friends in a room,
exactly,
you probably call me diverse Terry, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm not ticking boxes. I genuinely have really good Jewish friends,
well, this really is what I'm saying. And
Muslim
this is the way
friends,
the country should be, mate.
Really good black friends, really good Indian friends, really good Sikh friends. You know, like really good Chinese friends. Like literally all. You know, and I'm not friends with them for any other reason than they're good people.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
You know,
what gives Tommy Robinson the right? Look at him. Look at his character. Look at how he is in life. What the fuck gives him the right to ridicule a high-flying businessman in the Islamic world with a big, powerful family? Who the fuck's he to just tell him he's a piece of shit? You need to have some sort of credit behind you before you can start judging people. He's got fuck all behind him, but a very, very powerful hatred towards a certain community in this country. And that's all he's ever had. And his whole game is to create that division. Think about it, mate. If you're the man like he screams he is, I love this country, where's the action? Where's the action after 20 years?
I mean, they've done these marches, haven't they? And
that's not action. He's calling them family events.
But they're not. But they haven't actually. You know, someone said to me, "Oh, you know, we should protest. We should go on these marches. We should do this." I'm not just talking about some of them. I'm talking about loads of different ones, right? And I always have said the same thing. What is the point, right? Because if you look at all these people that have been protesting over the last 10 years, has the government done anything? The answer is no. Do you know what I mean?
You know why? Do you know why it is, though, Terry? Because they're not protests. They're planned marches.
Right.
So when Tommy Robinson's trying to get all his right-wing people to do this march, Tommy Robinson is contacting the head police officer at the Met, going to meet him, sitting down with him, discussing what time the march can start, what time it's over, what place you can have the stage, what place you can do this. They're sitting with the police, telling the police what they're going to scream and what they're not allowed to scream. So now the protest goes on, family event, let's call it. It starts at 2:00. Police have given permission. 4 o'clock, Tommy, time to finish. Everyone goes home. How the f*** is that a protest? A protest is when you turn up en masse and complain. It's not, hey, police officer, we want to complain about you in 2 weeks. Can we have a protest on your streets? That's not a protest. That's a controlled march by the organisation that you're meant to be complaining against. How the f*** are they meant to act on the protest?
But then if you don't notify the police, can you not get arrested though for doing that?
Exactly. But that's a real protest. Now, if you're going to protest against the establishment, you shouldn't be concerned about getting arrested.
Right.
You know, if you're real about this shit and you want a real go for it, instead of waving flags, dividing and getting loads of fucking money, you should be developing a fucking army, shouldn't you? Imagine me in 20 years. I'd have a fucking firm and it'll be full of Muslims and Christians and we'll be going for the establishment. What's he done? He's got people killed. He's got people fucking wrote off in their own communities, galvanising the troops while he's out the country. Go and smash hotels up. Go and get rid of these. You've got men like Peter Lynch, a granddad, loved Tommy Robinson. Anything Tommy Robinson he'd done, he'd do. Died in prison. Just a granddad attended a protest, thrown a little object at someone, boom, jail, died. This is the consequences of his actions. And I don't give a shit what anyone says. There's loads of young men right now in jail getting fucking psychologically abused by the Muslim community in there. Why? Because the far right, the Tommy Robinsons, mate. These have listened to Tommy Robinson, got angry, went out, torched an hotel, jail. You've got 4 kids in the fucking house. Now you've got 4 kids getting raised without a dad. Why? Because he had division in his mind that was planted by this for 20 years. And if you can't see that damage, you must be fucking blind. He's not got the interests of the people in this country. If he did, he'd be screaming unity. End of. If you're not looking at this country thinking we should all come together and make this country a very fucking good place, well, then you're a wrong un in my books. Because we're done, Terry. We're in our twilight years. How old's your daughter?
12.
Right. What do you think this country's going to be like in 50 years if the division carries on?
Do you know what? I try not to think about it.
Right. Let me tell you what it's going to be like in 10 years, not 50. It's going to be civil war on the streets in this country if they continue to get away with the division they're continuing. That's why I'm stepping into this unity is key. Why? Because I've got kids.
Right.
I've got young daughters. And I want my daughter at 18 years old being able to walk down the street and not get attacked because she's a white girl. Because that's what this is doing. The white communities are getting pure fucking attention and negative light. Why? Because the BBC have made that white man the face of the white community. Now, every immigrant in this fucking country that listens to him,
The BBC have made a white
an
man
opinion towards
the face
white
of the white community.
and it's not good. And that's on the streets. As I say, your levels, you don't feel that discrimination. You don't feel that division, you know, because you're all good people. You're high vibe consciousness. You're intelligent people. So this doesn't make a difference to you. When you've got rats like Robinson, low conscious beings, don't think fucking straight. He can't sit in a room with a black kid, a Muslim. You know, we can. We can go in and engage. Why? Because we're decent people. He can't. Why? Because he's fucked inside.
Right.
That's it. He's fucked inside. If you're looking at this country thinking you can be like him, you're finished. This country's moved on from that. It is a multicultural society, this country, whether you like it or fucking not.
Darren, this country's been multicultural for a very, very, very long time.
And it's had its teething problems. We've had its teething problems. Obviously, the immigrants that are coming in now, the ones that are killing kids and killing women, they should be hung. But you can't start stereotyping all the immigrants that are coming in. Let me put this to you, Terry, right?
Good God, I thought he was going to be on some Nazi Germany flex there. Just kill them all.
Say you're in a third world country.
What are we meant to do? Not kill them all.
Christian or Muslim. And you're devout Christian, devout Muslim. You're in a rough as shit that we've never experienced ever in our fucking lives. We've always had it good. These kids from these third world countries have never had it good. And the only thing they've had to keep them going is the presence of their prophet.
Right.
So if these kids are in that third world country praying every day for a better life, every day getting down on the knees, looking up to the Creator, please give me a better way of living. Please give me... And then all of a sudden, all them men in that third world country that are praying to their God, all of a sudden land here. Do you think they're going to shit on their God and destroy this country?
Now that's manifesting. To just pray for something and then you just land here.
God's give them the gift they've been begging for. You've got it. Now they're going to look after it. And this is what you're seeing with a lot of the immigration. A lot of this immigration that's coming in, they're going into colleges, they're learning the language, they're getting the qualifications, and they're getting the jobs in your city centres and your taxis, everywhere. What you see now on your doors, in every city, every security man, let's say 80% of the security clientele on your streets, whether it's your Tesco's, your Asda, your sports shop, whatever it is, they're immigrants. They've been in the country for a year. Now they're stood on a door working. That's integration. Why the fuck do you want to hate on that? You're hating on that. That's what the way it should be. Immigrants coming in,
Who's
college,
the security
learn a
guard at
language,
Tesco,
get a
like?
job, start going in, affiliate, assimilate themselves into this way of being. While he's there screaming his fucking mouth off, this job's hard.
But you.
Well, has he ever kicked a dog through a door? Has he shite?
A lot of people do complain about the fact that it's uncontrolled, that literally people are just rocking up.
It's uncontrolled to us.
Right.
I think Darren's been rocking up me.
To the powers that be, that's controlled.
Right.
To us, it's
so basically you think it's fake news. You think that...
Look, to us, this is uncontrolled. No one knows about it. The boats are just popping up from everywhere and they're coming over. When in reality, the powers that be, both sides of the water, are controlling
Yeah, his tattoos look lodgeful, don't they? Even worse than mine.
what's happening. That's why they're getting life jackets. That's why they're getting escorted. That's why they're getting food, water, phones. That's why they're getting housed. Why? Because it's controlled immigration. It's not illegal.
So really, the people that are protesting about this stuff
Haven't got a clue what they're protesting.
Right. That's kind of,
That's the division. Immigration, like it's a big problem. We all come from immigrants.
right.
It's very rare in this country to have an English lad with an English mum and an English nan and an English great nan. It's rare, mate. You know,
Is it?
a lot of us come from Ireland. Your nan come from Ireland. Your mum was born to the Irish woman. You're born to your mum in England.
Right.
You're English. It's exactly the same with that Pakistani kid or that Afghan kid. His nana came to England, had her mum, their mums had you. You're English.
Right.
These kids need to start owning their nationality instead of being scared to because you got Tommy Robinson, who's never in the country.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying there? How do you feel about that, though, Terry?
Do you know
are you
what?
English?
I'm European, right? So
Right. So what do you mean you're European?
French, Italian.
So what's your bloodline? What's your mum and dad?
My mum was half Italian.
It was a very aggressive
And
question.
my dad was English.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, so
So
yeah.
your dad's got into an immigrant.
He was half French. So yeah. So I'm a European cocktail basically, a bit of English.
But what I'm trying to say is you've come from immigration.
Yeah.
I've come from immigration. 98% of all men have come from immigration in this country. So why is immigration a problem?
Again, 98% men come from immigration. It could be true. But I've got it from high authority. Right? I've got it from the powers that be.
We need to do it because these are the reasons. People would go, okay, fine, right? Whereas if they go, the boats are coming and we can't stop them, it's giving people fuel to be able to get upset. And if you went to Dubai and you just run up on the beach in Dubai on a boat and just went, oh, can you put me in a hotel and give me some money? They'd say, fuck off. They're not interested, right?
I know,
whereas it's being
that's
made,
an Islamic country.
but here.
This isn't an Islamic country.
But here, what the public are being told is these random people turn up on the beaches. They're all young men. There's no families. They're playing the game, right? We're giving them money. Why are we doing this? That's what the narrative is. And that's why it allows... But I think, if you spoke to the man on the street, said, what do you think about this? The man on the street would just say what I just said.
Yeah, very concerned about too many people coming in and not doing what they should be
Did the
doing.
man on
The
the-
old
and then
immigrants.
Did this man on the street, did he happen to have a bike seat in his hand? I'm just wondering.
You can't. What I'm saying is, years ago when my nan and all that came, they came for a better way of life and they participated in the system. They paid the taxes.
Because Terry's not stupid, is he? So there is some level of... To me, it's face-to-face trolling.
Done whatever they needed to
No, I believe in that as well.
do to live in this country. You don't need to now. Back then when immigration was coming, that was the way it was. There weren't a benefit system. So when your nan's coming here, she's got to work to earn a living. Now, they can just jump on the benefits and they're encouraged to do so.
But that's why I think people are upset. And I think that's why people are protesting and are getting angry and are saying these things online because they're being misinformed about what's going on. And all they're hearing is there's all these random people turning up. They're getting free houses, free money. And then when they're here, they're fucking around with kids and they're doing things to women. And they're, no, I know, but I'm just saying, even if it was only one, the fact it's in the paper and it's in the news and they're saying this
And it's
immigrant,
amplified.
this guy's come in, he shouldn't really be here anyway, but we're giving him some money. And while we're giving him some money, he's done this. People go fucking mad. They're like, why are you letting these fucking people in? So I understand why people are upset about it.
Look,
But,
I'm just
but
like
you
you
said,
all,
it's not all of them. It's a small minority. I mean, if you've got, say you've got 100,000, say you've got 1,000, there's going to be 5 wrong uns in that 1,000. Just like in life, there's going to be 5 wrong uns.
But you can't imprison the other 1,000 because of the 5. That's the point. That's the angle I come from. And that's I'm not hating on anyone. I'm saying you can't, if you come from a background where you're getting blamed for everything your brother's done because you've got the same name, you should be looking at this situation and going, you can't blame all the Pakistani men for the grooming that's gone on. You can't do it. But that's what he's doing. He's saying all Muslims are rapists when they're fucking not. He's saying all Muslims are radical by nature when they're fucking not. How can you say that little nan who's birthed 8 kids, got a big smile on her face, how can you say that's radical? It's a Muslim woman.
Who's he saying this? Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson doesn't say that.
Can you see hate in that?
Right.
I can't. And a large proportion of this country can't. But unfortunately for us, the media and the government pick the face of our community for us. The media have picked Tommy Robinson as if around the whole world, his face is meant to be the image of the white Englishman in this country. His narrative that he screams and shouts about is what the people think all white English lads think like. Because the media have put him on the stage as if he's the voice for us, when he's not. He's a media asset. He's the BBC asset. And for 20 years, they've built him up. That's just my point.
Have you ever thought about going into politics, Darren? Because obviously you have got quite a strong...
Well, you know what, mate? When I went to jail, that's all I delved into. Like everyone else is watching Coronation Street and all this shit. I'm watching PMQs and David Dimbleby on a Saturday night and, all news nights. And I'm just caught up in politics in a deep way.
Right. I was going to say, because...
You're lying your head off.
You might be able to...
He's literally laughing at him.
People need voices.
Look, in this country, you can become the Prime Minister if you've got enough people backing you. Doesn't matter what you are. You can be Prime Minister if you've got enough people backing you.
Right. So if you become the mayor of Birmingham, say, what would be your your manifesto? Would you have like 5 or 10 things that you'd... Obviously, you do the choose a knife, not a knife.
He's definitely
and you would be
now
saying to people about...
If I start delving into politics, it'll be at the end of this 10 years.
Right.
If you start delving into
10-year
politics,
plan.
I've got 10 years
You just said that you were already heavily in it.
to build a platform
I'm so
and a
confused.
foundation.
So
if I wanted to now, unity is key. I'm able to tap into every community in this country and secure votes.
So your plans for the future, you got a new 10-year plan.
Not telling no one my plans.
Right, okay, but you've got 10 years, but in that
10 years, anything can happen, mate. If I keep what I'm doing, think the way I'm thinking, and keep myself the way I am now, going forward, the opportunities are coming at me now. I'm only in a few months into my first 10 years.
Do you think you're, because I know when we spoke on the last podcast, we talked about you doing a book. Are you still thinking of that or not? Or are you just...
Well, you give me one of the best offers I've ever had for the book, didn't you?
Right.
What was it? Do you want to speak about it now?
We can if you want. I mean, we had.
Well, I think you offered me 30 bags, didn't you?
No, it wasn't. It was.
No, weren't me getting a 30 bags, but...
No. What I'll tell you what it was. We spoke to probably one of the best crime writers in England, and she was really excited about writing it. And she said, like, I can write a thing and then take it to the market. But I think for whatever reason, you felt at that time. I mean, it was 2 years ago. Right?
It was 2 years ago at that time. What it is,
but it's not dead. It's not dead. It's still there if you want it.
It's still there. That's good.
So, Darren, the Prime Minister is not directly elected by the public. By modern constitutional convention, they are the individual who can command a majority in the House of Commons. If a convicted murderer was elected as an MP and their party won a majority in the House, the monarch would appoint them as Prime Minister. So, to put it in layman's terms, you've got fucking no chance, man, you big divvy.
Good, that's good to know. But what it is, when I write about my past, I get triggered and traumatized.
Right.
So if I start writing about my childhood, I'm sitting there crying, writing. So I can't, it's like difficult for me to write the book.
Well, it will be in fucking crayons.
What I've
especially when you've scranned half of them.
discussed with myself and a few people I don't know is after 10 years free with Darren Gee.
I mean, you could always do self-publishing. You don't really have to do it.
I've looked at that. I've Amazon. I've done all this for years. Not tried to sit down and write my own book, but I just haven't got I haven't had the
Intelligence.
the strength.
You've got to be in the right frame of mind for it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And when you've had a very traumatic life,
Yeah.
when you start delving into it,
You mean start doing that for 10 years, man? You fucking Raji.
You don't want to rip it open again. Ruined you.
Well, I'm really glad that you come on today.
Come on.
And this has been, you haven't done any other podcasts, so I sort of feel honoured that you've chosen ours to come on.
No, that just means that he hasn't quite found a reason. He hasn't quite made a reason up to fall out with you yet.
Obviously, you've talked about a lot of things that have been troubling you. You've shared some information about the background of some of the stuff that's gone on. But I think the most exciting thing for me was the unity. The unity thing for me has always been a big thing. If everyone unites, they're stronger, it's positive. And whatever you say, if you're on the left, you're on the right, you're in the middle, you're in, whatever side you're on, you're obviously on one side. If you're not on any sides, and you're going, look, you can be whatever you want.
You can be there, you can be there, you can be there. But this
You can be anything you want as long as you're not gay or a woman.
is where it's
Let's
happening.
fix.
This is where the real community.
Isn't the fact that he only actually seems to like white men out of everyone on the planet, he only seems to like white men. Isn't that a bit gay in itself?
It's the crime. Let's fix the potholes. Let's actually make Britain great
Yeah, let's
again.
make exactly that. Let's make Britain great
Because
again.
Britain's a great
We can.
fucking country.
All we've got to do is start loving each other again, mate. There's a lack of love up and down the country. You don't love your neighbour no more. You're suspicious about the kid across the road.
100%.
Right, James? Come on, mate. Right? What have these poor ghostwriters ever done to you? Can you imagine being given that job, that commission? I'm writing Darren Gee's book. Have you heard of him? No. Oh, have you met him yet? No, I'm meeting him tomorrow. Oh. See you later, mate.
Yeah. But if but when I was younger, I wouldn't think anything of going to the shops or going on a bus or on a train, and my mum wouldn't think, oh, I hope Terry's going to be okay. But now, if my kids say I'm going out, you're worried. You're thinking, are they coming back? Are they fucking?
Yeah, but at the same time, Terry, it's not an immigrant thing now.
No.
Your kid, you can have no immigrants in this country. Your kid can walk out the door and be stabbed to death. Why? Because of the gang culture.
But that's what I mean.
The gang culture is the biggest fucking risk to our communities. The amount, look, every gun murder in your city is to do with gang and drug dealing. Every arson attack.
Speaking from experience, he is now here, of course. Every arsenic attack is caused by
Except
fire.
for one or two of them in your city is down to drugs. Every woman that's had the face cut, drugs. Every man that's had his leg snapped, everything's drugs.
Every man that's had his leg snapped. The fuck are you talking about, man?
If you go to your court system,
We should compile some form of book, shouldn't we? Oh, Shadow Bacon's in. The Tinder Strangler, everyone. We should put together a book of Darren Gee's made up statistics.
your court system's backlogged to why?
With a foreword from. He doesn't like anybody, does he?
Because you've got drugs all over the fucking place and the people are committing crimes to deal with it. The jail system's full. Why? Because of crimes related to drugs.
She does enjoy a little choke. You all right? I don't think she's in the queue for you, mate.
If you can't see the damage, You've only got to step out your house in Liverpool and you've got people with no fucking legs. You used to play football with them when you was a kid.
I certainly do.
That's drugs.
I like him. He's got a live version of an EP called, I think it's the EP's called Playboy. It's fucking brilliant. Toxic as fuck, Tory Lanez. I love his music.
That girl on the corner of the street selling her ass.
Crank and get it in now.
She's 21, selling
Shadow, I'm too tired to give you any energy.
her ass to date.
A couple of minutes of this left. We've been on for 4 hours and 24 minutes.
Men. Why?
Right.
Drugs.
Come back tomorrow, will you?
That kid shot dead in Croxteth. Little Rhys Jones, 9-year-old boy, shot dead. Why? Drugs. How many more examples you need to say drugs is the biggest problem within our communities?
I think there's so many things that need fixing for sure. And
the only way it all gets fixed, Terry, is unity, mate. That's it.
And I think
unity addresses everything, you know.
And the thing you said about love's really important as well, because there's not a lot of love. You know, you get on the train, everyone's like that. You know,
that's what it is.
The days of people opening doors for you, or saying, "Do you want my seat?" Or
well, in where I'm from, that still happens, mate. I'm that gentleman. I'm opening doors.
But what I'm saying is,
you give somebody a seat in a car and then end up dead.
Is there's not many
exactly
of us left.
The new generation haven't got it.
Yeah,
because the new generation are getting influenced to be single men. You know, bang, 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 bang. Not a girl, long-term, wife, family. They're not getting educated that no more. Girls and boys aren't getting educated that nuclear family program no more the way we was. When we're getting programmed about the family setup and how important the family is. Your kids are getting raised now without the importance of family involved. So they're ending up like single lads. Don't even know how to strike up a conversation with a girl.
Right. It's man.
If they're not using the phone to self-release debates, they're going to get some little thing that you're not feeling love, you're not feeling attention.
Well, I think that's the other problem with a lot of these dating apps and social media is transactional. It's like, do you want to meet up? No.
It's a transaction. That's what it is.
You want to meet up next?
There's no...
You meet up. Yeah.
The way it used to be, Terry, you know. That's why you're still with your wife after 25 years.
You had to make an effort.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're still with your wife after 25 years because you've bumped into each other, you've met, you've got this chemistry. It's all going, you've got your ups and downs, your ins and outs. All this mad shit made you stronger at the end of the day, doesn't it? These kids that are meeting on these things.
There's
no, like, energetic connection with them. So, oh, do you want to meet me? Sound. We're going to meet them. It's like, am I banging you or not? Whereas if the phone weren't there, you'd bump into her, strike a conversation.
But you'd also have to work. You know what I mean? You'd have to
but even in work. Yeah, you'd have to work. You'd have to like
get to know her, take her for dinner.
Well,
go
you
for
call
a walk.
it getting to know her, and someone else would call it manipulating her.
But no, but the thing is, back then, like maybe
you courted, didn't you?
Maybe
you courted back in the day, didn't you?
I'm just trying to think.
It'd take you 6 months to get in your beard's knickers, wouldn't it?
It wasn't that long, but if you
actually, Shadow's not a rapist. He's a very serious sexual assaultist, but he was only one erection away from being a rapist.
But if you looked at it back then, from when I was probably 18 to 25, right, there was an occasional one night thing, but the majority of it was you meet them, they wouldn't put it out, they want to get to know you, you want to get to know them, you'd ask about what they liked.
For the reward.
What'd you like? Oh, I like the cinema. Let's go and watch a movie.
Yeah.
Would you like to eat? Let's go and have an Italian.
Oh, that's what it was called, weren't it? Courting.
Because you want to get.
God, you eat food, do you? No way. So do I. You've got so much in common. Put this in your mouth.
Get to know them. They want to get to know you before you did anything. Because it was that thing. You wouldn't even kiss someone on the first date, because people would be a bit literally like, thanks for a great evening.
The models have gone, haven't they?
Yeah,
that's what it is. The models have gone.
But I think
not in everyone.
I've dated loads of different people and took them out and a dinner, and it didn't go anywhere. And it was like, okay, well, we're not compatible, right? But I didn't cry about it. It was just like, okay, it didn't work out. But then other times you then see them a few times and then you'd start going out.
But at the same, Terry, what do you think about? Would you just sleep with the woman?
I think
so. Say you've bumped into this woman, you're mixing with her.
Oh, this woman.
You're
I
not
think
really
I
on
know
it, but
her.
in your mind, I just want to.
Do you know what? I think if it was reciprocal, if you both, like when I was young, when I was single, if you met somebody and you just clicked, then fair enough. Right?
I'm going to sound gay, yeah.
Right.
But
Damn it, I'm not interested. In
I'm
you.
not gay.
I think you're very good looking.
I'm not. But what I'm saying is, what do you understand? So one's
like you just going
click around me.
and it didn't go anywhere. It was like, okay, well, we're not compatible, right? But I didn't cry about it. It was just like, okay, didn't work out.
But at least
then other times you then see him a few times and then you'd start going out.
But at the same, Terry, what do you think about? Would you just sleep with the woman?
I think
so. Say you've bumped into this woman, you're mixing with her. You're not really on it, but in your mind, I just want to.
Do you know what? I think if it was reciprocal, if you both, like when I was young, when I was single, if you met somebody and you just clicked, then fair enough, right?
Did you hear that, Cheryl? If you meet a woman, it's all right to sleep with her as long as it's reciprocal. Reciprocal.
I'm going to sound gay, yeah.
Consent.
Right. Damn it, I'm not interested.
I'm not gay.
I think you're very good looking.
I'm not. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I don't sleep around me. When I used to, when I was younger, I used to feel like shit. If I'd got a bird banged her, I'd just feel like I'd been used.
No.
And always
definitely gay.
Sounds gay, but I feel like me sleeping with this girl, I've just been used.
No.
Whereas when it's with your woman, you can feel a difference.
You've got a connection.
Exactly.
That's what I think it was about. Finding a connection, find someone
what it's about. Someone you're linked to.
Someone you can have a laugh with.
And social media doesn't allow that.
Yeah.
Does it?
I agree. I think social media's,
you know, when you look into someone's eyes and you click, that doesn't happen on social media.
Well, I think social media, that's one of the biggest problems with crime as well, because people didn't used to know what things were worth. And now people know if you got a watch on, what watch it is, how much it's worth. And then people do these silly things like they're sitting in a restaurant with a nice watch on, and then they're putting, I'm in a nice restaurant on social media.
Well, that's what it's
so
does.
It's like you just
makes you daft, doesn't
please
it?
come and take my watch.
Well, that's what social media does here, isn't it? Makes you stupid, doesn't it? It does, mate. I don't care what anyone says. It starts thinking for you if you let it.
Right.
You've got a lot of people not even thinking for themselves. They're taking opinions off social media and going with it, you know, instead of thinking for themselves consciously. It's a massive problem, man. It's like I'm on social media and I've got 50 kids watching me and I'm saying something and
he's like, right, which one am I going to flirt with today? You little rangin'.
they're just taking it like it's the truth. You know, instead of like questioning it themselves and having their own opinion on what I'm saying. Because it's like when you read a book, you'll get the blind people that'll read the book and take it. And then you'll get the awoken people that reading the book and questioning them. They're not just taking it as fact. They're questioning this themselves. That's the difference, isn't it?
Right. 100%.
Do you understand? So one's consciously reading and one's not. And back against that subconscious way of being and the conscious way of being. It's a whole different way of living.
I've really enjoyed today, Darren, because we've spoken about loads of different things, and we've obviously heard your opinions on lots of things and lots of people. So I'm glad, you come on. I'm glad you shared your thoughts and stories with us.
I just want to show this.
I think Shadow needs to fight Kung Fu Kev, right, for King of the Wrongins.
Right.
So this is Choose a Life, Not a Knife. Calnach, UK.
What in the Microsoft 2002 fucking word is going on here?
And this,
what in the clip art is that?
See, that resembles the 5-phase flower pot I was speaking to you about earlier on. So see the hand? That's the 5-phase flower pot thing. It's powerful. If I'm able to get in with the right people and get this formatted into an offending behaviour program, it's going to save loads of kids from going to prison.
Brilliant.
Oh,
and even like just you wanting to kick an habit, or you wanting to be a better person, or you not speak to your mum in a negative light. Wake up, planting that seed of positivity.
What if it's 3 2-minute rounds and Rach is the ring girl with her new boobs?
See, I'm not going to speak to my mum like she's a slag today. You might do. You'll be yourself. You might speak to her rude.
I'm not going to speak to my mum like she's a slag today. Today I'm going to go downstairs, eat me cheese on toast, and I'm going to say, Mum, suck me off, please. It's like, shit.
But you plant the seed, keep on planting it. Before you know it, you're treating your mum like a queen again. You're not disrespecting her no more. You're loving her more. This is what happens.
Next thing you'll be saying, oh, I'll wake up tomorrow and I'm going to say to myself, I'm not going to brick my grandma the copper in the face today.
Serious, it's worth
You might brick her in the face, but you try.
it. Me. Most of the shit I've got through because of the 5-phase flower pot. You see me here present myself now in sort of like an articulate manner, coming across in
Sorry, hybrid street cartels are ref.
intelligence, in control, not an angry cunt, not this. And that's self-work. The self-work is the 5-phase flower pot.
And if anyone wants to follow you, Darren, what's your socials?
I'm not too asked about all that, Terry.
Right.
Oh, he's a legit social media python.
Just thought, yeah,
Powerhouse.
spread your
I know,
message.
it helps with it, but I'm not after click. I'm not after, never have been, mates. But if people want to find,
Why are you sitting on a podcast?
Yeah.
Why have you travelled to another city to record a conversation on camera to be released?
they'll find you, won't they? If they want to see him, well, come looking. That's the way I've always been, lad. I'm not here for click. I'm not here to try and. I'm relevant.
You say there's a prize for the winner, and then we'll cost the winner all hour.
Enough. I don't need no more. Do you get what I'm saying?
Brilliant. Well, thanks for coming on, Darren.
Pleasure, mate.
Great hearing your story, and no doubt there'll be a part 3. Hopefully, it won't
Well,
be in
can
2
I
years.
say one more thing? All you podcasters, get on with your life. Stop trying to f my life up. You know who yous are. I don't need to mention yous no more. You're not getting mentioned going forward. It doesn't matter what provocation you do. It doesn't matter what allegations you come with. You're blanked going forward.
Brilliant.
Sound.
And on that note, I will wrap it up.
Sound, Terry. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Terry Stone Connection. Darren Gee, completely different this time.
Nonce!